San Juan County, Utah, and Navajo County, and on the Arizona side. And then we have some chapter agreements for maintenance, and I believe that's what we have right now. Next slide. So, Navajo region has the road maintenance program. We have maintenance activities that are eligible that are written in the IM 82, the handbook and the manual. And this is the one that we mentioned previously, the deferred maintenance report. That's the one that we report back to Congress. So each dollar amount that we don't get to in a quarterly basis, that dollar amount is pushed forward, thereby deferring that dollar amount to the next quarter. And we do that for every quarter. So whatever dollar amount that the maintenance program receives, if we don't get to any of our road program or maintenance activities, those dollar amounts for the activities deferred into the next quarter. And that's what the deferred maintenance report is about. So in fiscal year 2022, which is last year, there was a deferred maintenance, road maintenance of $16 million that the Bureau didn't get to. And then there's a $1 million for bridge maintenance that the Bureau didn't get to as well. And then $6 million for equipment. So you see BIA maintenance equipment. We still use equipment that are around the late 70s, early 90s. We still have those kind of equipment out there just because of the funding that we get. So a lot of the times we have a lot of breakdowns and those kind of things. So if you're wondering why people are calling and asking, where's BIA with all this stuff? So we're using old equipment, we're trying to get new equipment, and that's what we're doing right now with our dollar amount. So in all, the $16 million, the $1 million, the $6 million, there's a $23 million deferred maintenance that we encountered last year in 2022. Now, with the funding that we receive, we don't receive all our money at the same time. You guys heard about continued resolution, and you guys heard about government shutdowns. Those affect the maintenance program at our level. So when they say continued resolution, we don't get the full amount that we usually get for the year. So we may get at least about 2 or 3 million, and then those are divided by the 5 agencies plus Newlands and the Farmington section. So we don't get a whole lot, and that's what we work with. So all that goes to salary first, and then everything else like equipment, then the roads. So we sometimes we go over, and whatever funding that's coming again, that covers that, but then again, we already spent it. So that money that's coming in might be a little bit again. It just depends on what Congress does with the, how they trickle the money down through, I lost my train of thought. Anyways, the other one is that these dollars amount that we don't get through in the deferred maintenance report that we deferred into, we still don't get to in the next quarter. So it's kind of like a cycle each time that we're going through this. During the government shutdowns, it really hinders our performance and what we do out there. So when every time you hear in the news there's a government shutdown, that means that if they do shut down, then we do shut down too. So there's nothing really being done out there. So that's how it affects the BIA road maintenance program. So next slide. So here's a regression table that I put together. Back in 2012, under the first bar there up on top, it's equipment needs. And then right below is the bridge, and then right below that is the roads needs. And I'll get to the red portion there. So each year, as it grows and grows even more, especially the roads needs, this is the one that was in the previous slide, 2022. 16 million roads needs was needed, 1 million of the bridge, and 6 million of the equipment needs. So with all those needs that we needed, we only get around $7 million average, and we can't get to those needs. So that's where that deferred maintenance report comes into play. So whatever that we can't meet there, it goes into the deferred maintenance report, and that's how we're keeping track of. So in the regression there, really in 2028, what we really need is $28 million to get to all those areas there. So right now, like I'm saying, we only have 10 to 11 people at the most in the agencies, and the workers out there only have 6 to 8 people. So that's how we're going about our business in BIA. Next. So in the level of service, the other one that I was talking about, we have miles of acceptance condition, which is, we have 5. The first one being excellent, which is newly paved roadway. The next one is excellent, good, poor, and failing. I know I'm missing one there. Fair, there you go. Yeah, so all those we have to meet in our reports. And then we have percent of bridges that are acceptable conditions, and we enter those in the GIPRA, and then that's how we report back to Congress of how we spent our money and how and where we spent our money. So we try to meet these percentages. Right now, the Navajo region has 14.2% target rate. So we try to meet that target rate each quarter, and then all of it accumulated to 1 year. We try to reach that, and they give a report. Next. So overall, we as BIA, we're maintaining about a little over 4,000 miles of first roads, 86,000 of gravel roads, or 86 miles of gravel roads, and a little over 1,700 miles of paved roads, and 83 miles of trails. Trails are roads that lead up to like mountain areas and those kind of areas. So, and altogether, a little over 6,000 miles of roads on the reservation. These are spread across the 5 agencies plus the 2 agency offices I was talking about, the Newlands and the Farmington sections. And the TPA funds are sub-allocated to all those areas, and we try to utilize as much funding as we can to get into road maintenance and cover as much as we can as far as pothole patching or roadway, any kind of roadway activity dealing with maintenance. So in the last slide that I had, 7 million is the average between the 2012 and 2022. So that's how much we've been averaging in those years. Next. So again, looking at the regression model.
Thank you. Could you go back to the last slide, please, Mr. Mahoja? Thank you. I see where, let me see, 83 miles of trails. What are we talking about, trails there?
Those are roads that have been previously wagon trails. They're not maintained, but they exist there. back when BIA had the TTP and the maintenance TPA, those trails were adopted into the inventory, the National Travel Transportation Facilities Inventory. Those were adopted in there as part of trails. Those trails are the old wagon trails that are existing out there.
So these 83 miles of trails are just trails like a sheep herder trail where there used to be wagon roads a long time ago, and right now they're just there. And what do you mean that, I see it says maintains approximately. How do you maintain them, is what I would like to hear.
Okay, and those trails, if anything washes out, or if anything that needs a culvert, a crossing, that's where we come in to put those culverts or either that clear away for whoever that uses that trail. That's how it's maintained. It's not regularly bladed, but if something needs crossing or something, that's what we provide in that trail.
Does that clarify your question, Honorable Ness?
I'm good, thank you.
Negotiate, yeah. You can continue.
Question.
Honorable Session.
Can you go back to the last line, please?
I guess it goes maintain approximately 4,142 miles of earth roads, and 86 miles of gravel roads, and 1,074 miles of paved roads. Interesting, state that you maintain, the BIA maintains miles of roads, but then you state you only have like 8 or 12 staff. That's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
So if these roads are maintained, that's what's stated on the PowerPoint, is that with the limited staff that you have, it seems like this roads are probably maintained maybe once every 3 years. Because the way I see it right now, the presentation, is you kind of stating that this is maintained on an annual basis, even with this small amount of money that you're receiving at $7 million average. So what's the realistic numbers that you maintain with the staff that you have now, and with the $7 million annually average? I think we need the road numbers. This is what's out there right now, but out of that 4,142 miles of earth roads, 86 miles of gravel roads, and 1,074 miles of paved roads, how much do you actually maintain of that 4,000, then 1,783 miles, 86 miles? Because we need the real numbers on that. And I'm just seeing those numbers as this is what we have our inventory, but it just seems like with the amount of money that you're talking about average and the staff, these are not maintained. All is not maintained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have Honorable Simpson, so you want to go ahead and make a response to Honorable Simpson's question?
Sure. We have, like I mentioned before, we have cooperative agreements with counties. We have base agreements with the chapters. We have been working with NDOT with their 15 miles. And sometimes they assist us with our other roads other than the 15 miles, as Mr. Silversmith mentioned. Along with that, we service those roads also. So it's just not us that are maintaining those roads. We have agreements and cooperative agreements with other entities as well. And that's where those numbers are coming from.
Honorable Simpson, did that clarify your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC, NDOT, BIA. Is there a way you can break those down for us? All these agreements you're talking about, how many miles does county, assist in maintaining these 4,142, NDOT and other entities that you mentioned? Is there a breakdown we can get? Then, how much, is this on an annual basis? On an annual basis, how many times are these roads maintained, by each entity, like once every 3 months or, semi-annually? Because we get a lot of complaints that these roads are not maintained. And that's the one we hear as delegates. And here we go, we talk to the regional director, we call the regional director, we call, Mr. Silversmith, and saying that the roads are not being maintained. So if those are broken down, that would help a lot to what we convey back to our constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so, again, with Honorable Simpson's request, it's just to get a clearer picture of, the collaboration. There was partnership that was talked about earlier. So I know that we do have, counties staggered throughout the whole Navajo Nation, and, with Honorable Simpson's question, I guess we just need a realistic, illustration as to how much, the county would assist with, Navajo Department of Transportation and BIA coming together. So, with that request is being made. Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Reed, I can help you out with the question on behalf of Navajo DOT on this one. So Honorable Delegate Simpson brings up a good point. A representation of travel routes is somewhat similar to this. For earth roads, we have about 4,500 miles of earth roads in our inventory. And we have probably less than 86 miles of gravel roads in our inventory, travel roads. And paved roads is probably less than 50 miles. And so some information that we try to share, you'll see at the agency council level, at the very back end of our agency council reports, you'll see, it looks very similar to this, but this isn't it. But this is the one that we send out to each agency prior to the agency council meetings every quarter. And it looks very, very similar to that. But if you look at the very back end of each section of our agency reports, you'll see the actual mileages that Mr. Peterman and the crew complete on the regional roads. That's just the regional road maintenance plan. You'll see all of the mileages that we maintain on there. But then, like you mentioned, Honorable Simpson, it doesn't show the information on the other mileages that we do not get to maintain. That's something that you probably want to see the actual separation of the mileages. I'm thinking that what we do maintain and what we don't get to in each particular quarter, and maybe throughout the entire year. That's probably what you want to see. And that's something that we do have a good general idea of those numbers, and we'll put something like that together. And as Mr. Reed and the team here from BIA have mentioned, the amount of funding that they get is not enough to adequately cover all of those. But, those are something that yourself and other similar delegates and community members would like to see. Well, if you completed all these mileages like you say you did in the back of this document, what about what's that number that leaves untouched that we didn't do? So we'll work on that for you, not only for you, but everybody else. And that's something that is a reflection of the amount of funding that we get and the 20-plus operators that we have. Even the collection of us, our operators, and the collection of BIA operators, that's not enough to maintain this mileage and the others. But you bring up a good point, and that's something that we need to put together, those miles. Navajo DOT needs to put together those miles that didn't see any particular road maintenance in any particular quarter or whatever year. And
the other one that I didn't mention too was that state roads. on Hopi Reservation. We have an agreement with Hopi that was extended from 1985. So we have some roads on there that Hopi tribe is helping us with that as well. And in these roads also, of all the 5 agencies, plus the 2 offices, field offices, they don't exist in just one agency. They're spread across, so each agency has at least about 10–12%. Western agency being the largest, and Chile agency being the smallest. So that's how these road miles are coming about. And this is the total mile that we have. And like Mr. Simmerschmidt said, some roads that we don't get to as much of the gravel roads and the trails. If we do get a call, we respond to those. But other than that, our priorities, I will cover that extensively this afternoon on the IM 82. So I'll address that this afternoon. I think next. So looking closely at this regression model, your question was that how many the actual miles that how many we're covering at this dollar amount. Last year we got $8.2 million, and those were distributed among the agencies, and they're not distributed equally. Just depends on the roads and the personnel that are out there. So that's how they're distributed. And as you can see, the amount of funding that we have on the bottom, where it says Navajo Region TPA history, it's really less than what was really needed, approximately $28 million. So that's what we work with annually. Some of the equipment and the roadways, yes, and the bridges, we don't get to. Those are the ones that get on the deferred maintenance report, as I mentioned earlier. As with every department out there, as with everything that's out there, everything increases. When it increases, we don't get that increase with the increased amount of materials. Whatever that's allocated to us from Congress, that's the funding that we have. We don't get any additional funding. We can't apply for other types of funding. The only funding that we get is what's allocated from Congress. So that's what we work with next. So a couple of questions was that besides the TPA, the only other fund that we get is the school bus routes funds. And we don't get millions of dollars. We just get a few $1,000s. In 2022, we were supposed to have received this bus funding, and I know there was a lot of questions on that from the delegates, that where did the money go, how was the money spent? So in the funding for 2022, we received it until December of 2023. So we only received a little over 211,000, and those were distributed as is there. And these funds were used for road maintenance, like culverts, pothole patching, bridge maintenance, if it deals with gabions, things like that, emergency maintenance. Most of that funding, school bus, went to emergency maintenance. That's when we were hit with that washouts, all that rainstorms and the snowstorms. We use snow plows. We use all our personnel and to clear up the roadways out there. So that's what we use the school bus routes for. And go ahead.
Thank you. I see the allocation funding there for 5 agencies. Earlier, Mr. Silversmith stated that from MDOT, they equally distribute among the 5 agencies. I just want to know why. How do you give Western Agency 56,000? That's the highest number here, and then for Defiance, and then Shiprock, and then Chinle, and Eastern is at 22. If you look at 22 and 56, that's way below half of 56,000 there. I just wanted to ask how you all determined that. Thank you.
Yes, we have a internal formula that we use. Like I said, Western is a large agency with a lot of roads. That's why they always get a lot of funding there. And the bus routes are needed out there. Then it's based on the needs of what's going on out there, flash flooding or any type of snow plow or emergency maintenance, those kind of issues that come up. The formula that we have, that's what we plug into, and that's how it comes out. And it's just not to the agency itself. Now, another agency can ask another agency to assist, so that funding may go to another agency as well, with personnel, equipment, and that kind of thing. So it doesn't just stay within the agency, it goes across the boundaries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC, and BIA. Can you give us can you maybe give us a formula of what you use to come up with these numbers? And also, you stated that you can transfer some of these money to other agencies that might need help, or other agencies might transfer money to Navajo BIA for assistance. So how many times has that happened that we help other agencies with this money here? Or, when you say agency, are you talking about within our Navajo agencies? Or are you talking about BIA agencies?
BIA here in Navajo.
So you can transfer from, if Eastern comes up short, we can request money from cheating agency, right?
No, what I'm saying is that if the crew in, let's say, Shiprock, over the past winter, we had the crew assist the Chinle agency with that funding. So we used the funding there for Chinle side. Chinle assisted Fort Defiance, and they used that funding in the Fort Defiance, and that's how the money got expended. We're not transferring funds, we're transferring personnel and equipment with that funding attached to it, so we can utilize that.
Okay. But so, with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to request BIA to give us what formula they use to come up with these numbers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. Presenter, information in regards to how BIA comes up with how much funds to allocate to these agencies, and what is the formula that you use. If you can share that information maybe later today, or I don't know if you have that readily available.
Yeah, it's on my laptop.
So do you want to take a five-minute break just to get that information so the information you can share with what's being questioned here, or how do you want to go about this?
I gotta check with the regional director first. It's an internal formula that we use.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, in order to quantifiably understand how you all do your appropriations or allocation to agencies, I would assume that a BIA would utilize just how much is linear distance and mileage with these roads, and dividing it by whatever numbers I don't know, man hours, I don't know. So that's the information that would be very, I guess, much needed to understand exactly how you come to these numbers. And if it's clearly distributed across the 5 agencies, because as you know, being a part of Bureau and having to maintain a lot of these roads on Navajo, the need is there. And again, you know, we're advocating on behalf of our constituents back, you know, in the chapters or the district that we represent as council delegate. And I just believe, you know, that is one of the reasons why some of my honorable colleagues are questioning that here, just to collectively have an understanding of how BIA comes up with which agency gets appropriated how many dollars. So it's quite a huge cable. So going forward, the recommendation would to be, and the deputy director being available here, going forward to have that information available. And if you can send the information to our advisor, Mr. Rodney Tahi, so that the committee members will have a general understanding.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and honorable delegates, and all the other programs here. And so keep in mind, I will look at that and to make sure that we can provide that, because a lot of things come into these formulas dealing with bus routes, because not all programs or areas are all the same. Some bus routes, you may have more schools in some areas, less bus routes, other areas may have more. These are things that we plug in, as well as, you know, just to make sure that we're making, you know, doing the best that we can, as well as possible other agencies may have additional funding that they can take care of those. So those are some of the things that I would like, you know, some time to compile together, so we give you guys an accurate assessment of this, to say this is how we came up with these numbers for the bus routes. So, and this, so because this is just for the bus routes only, funding that we receive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is just for the bus routes that we received in December 2023. It's supposed to have been for FY 22, but
I'm going to give it over to our legal counsel, Ms. Khan.
This isn't a legal question. I was just wondering, what is Navajo region if all of the 5 regions, all the 5 agencies are listed under what's called Navajo region, and Navajo region has $236. I just wanted a clarification. Thank you.
okay. Navajo region has new lands. I didn't expand them out, but Navajo region has new lands and Farmington section. That's where the 236. Those two are split equally. So those are the only two that are split equally. Those are in the NIP area and over here by the Holland. Yeah.
Ms. Khan, did that clarify your question?
Now, these formulas too, it's based on how many personnel that the agency, the miles of bus routes that are out there, anything that has a percentage to quantify as being part of the formula. So that's how they illustrate it. And I think that's the end of my slide there. If you guys have any other questions.
Honorable colleagues on the call, do you have any questions at this point for BIA's presentation or any other members of Resources and Development Committee?
Madam Chair?
Honorable Claus, you do have the floor.
Yes, good morning, and then thank you to our presenters today. And if I could just get a copy of the listing for NDOT I know it was recently passed in December, but if I could get a copy of the listing for our agency, and then also just supporting Honorable Danny Simpson's request to BIA. So that would just be my request, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. So I believe Honorable Claw is referring to the 5-year transportation plan that was passed by 24th Council RDC, and also the additional information that was requested. So I don't know if you want to go ahead and make a response, Mr. Silversmith?
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Claw. We will provide you that information. You're referring to our Tribal Transportation Improvement Program 5-year plan. So Mr. Bradley will send you a copy of that directly to your email. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Silversmith. I just have one question in regards to BIA's presentation here. In one of your slides, you had mentioned a $23 million deferred maintenance. Now, when we talk about that deferred maintenance, is this based on the requests that you get across the whole 5 agencies? And is this projection number an annual number projection for what you would say would meet the needs of from maintenance to all the other operational maintenance that BIA does on an annual basis?
The graph that I showed has a $16 million road needs, and then $1 million of bridge needs, and $6 million of equipment needs. Those are annual. Just depends on when an agency can get to those roads. It goes up and down, or it may increase, as these graphs show, it's increasing. So with the $7 million funding that we receive average, everything else, like I said, was increasing. So everything else increases except for our funding. So that's why everything else goes into deferred maintenance. And whatever that the counties are doing, NDOT is doing, the chapters are doing, we cannot count those in our report because our personnel wasn't the one who was doing the maintenance work. That's why it's deferred that much. If all those were counted in there, then it would be something different. But for now, it's just BIA graph that's out there that you saw.
Thank you. Any other members with questions or comments? Hakushi, I believe that concludes BIA's presentation. I guess going on further down the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jesus. Referring back to the agenda from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., we have our Federal Highway Administration Program Agreement, primary roles and responsibilities by the Navajo Nation / Navajo DOT. So for the next 45 minutes, we'll try to stay as much as we can on the agenda. So for the next 45 minutes, we'll be on this particular topic. And 11 a.m., we'll switch to a dual presentation by both BIA and Navajo DOT on the next subject, which is challenges, environmental clearances. And that should take us up to our lunchtime. For your information, lunch is on our own. Okay. So this is the portion that Navajo DOT will focus on for the next 40 minutes. Our Federal Highway Administration Program Agreement, as I mentioned, was recently revised, updated, and approved just last year in 2022. And in there is a 24-page document that consists of the following information. Again, it's very detailed, what we can and what's allowable, what's not allowable, as far as how we spend our funds, and what particular, when it comes time to contracting the particular project, how we can use those funds, who's eligible to bid on those projects, who's not, which preference is given to, and so forth. And it's a very detailed compilation of information. So the first bullet point is the Federal Highway Administration generates funding amounts by statutory formula. And this is the second time we're talking about a formula. But this formula we don't have access to. This is generated by our federal partners there. And that's the amount that is determined at that level how much the Navajo region gets as far as the Federal Highway Administration. The $58 million that we receive every year is determined by a statutory formula. Once that amount is determined, then the fund starts making its way towards the Navajo Nation through an RFA, reference funding agreement. And this process is, as you heard from Mr. Reed earlier, all our money, the $58 million that comes to the Navajo Nation, isn't received at one time. It's received over a duration of time, over several months or longer. And once the money gets here, it goes into our own internal 164 review process to transfer the funds from the federal government to the Navajo Nation. And as we know, the 164 review process can take several months, a couple months, 2-3 months, depending on how quickly each of our partners pays attention to it. So once it's established, the funds are established, it sets up its own unique business account at OOC, Office of the Controller. That's the third bullet point. So from bullet point 1 to bullet point 3, we're probably looking at least half a year in that timeline. And then finally, the fourth bullet point is the actual electronic transfer of the funds once the signed RFA is received. Reference funding agreement. That reference funding agreement was actually signed by President, right? Sir? Yeah. Mr. Bradley and Mr. Daniel Begay. So, and then that electronic transfer of the funds to business units of the Navajo Nation can happen fairly quickly. And as you heard earlier from Honorable Delegate Plow, the TTIP, the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, all of these funds leads up to how we're going to designate those into our TTIP. So, and most recently, our TTIP was passed last year, and you saw in the collection of projects of how we want to spend that $58 million over the next 5 years for each individual year. You saw that per agency, and it goes into very, very detailed information. How much we give to the BIA. We give a portion, was it $1 million or less, Daryl, for the Coconino County? Okay, it's much less than that. $134,000 that we give to the BIA, and then the BIA gives it to Coconino County. The Coconino County uses it for road blading services on BIA inventory routes. So that's an example of where some of the funds might go to. So it's a quite, and the TTIP, the gradual progression leading up to a final approved TTIP, it starts probably about 9 months earlier when our final TTIP is approved. So Ms. Leanne Roy and Mr. Bradley, they'll go out to regions, and we'll bring all the communities together and say, this is after our collection, after our meeting, after our feedback that we get from each community, these are the priority projects that each chapter, each delegate region has prioritized. So all of those priority projects, we receive them, and from that point, it goes into the creation of the TTIP. So this next slide number 12, and slide number 12 and 13, Mr. Bradley will go over. And again, these are how some of the Tribal Transportation Program funds are distributed. It's created and how we can use it. So when I'm talking about the $58 million that we received, it's actually $57.9 million in change there. But Mr. Bradley will go into detail some of the eligible activities that we can use this $58 million for that we receive every year. So Mr. Bradley will go over that in slides 12 and 13. Following him will be, what's after, what's slide 14? No, what's slide 14? Okay, then from here, Ms. Leanne Roy will go into slide 14.
Thank you, Garrett. Real quickly, you know, as we mentioned previously, our tribal transportation program funds are allocated from Federal Highway Administration to the Navajo Nation. Right there, you'll see 57.8 million is what we received in this fiscal year, 2023. That amount has two pieces. There's one piece is called what we refer to as the tribal share, which is formula-based, that all tribes that are a part of the program receive allocation of tribal shares. Then if you go to bullet number 2, the funding breakdown, you know, when Federal Highway gets this overall pot of money, before they determine the tribal shares, they have percentages that they take out for various programs. One of them is planning. 2% of the pot goes to planning, and that's what tribes use to do planning-related activities that include updating the inventory and, you know, public outreach and, you know, tribal transportation program or the long-range transportation plans. Those are some of the activities that are funded using those. The other is 4% of that pot goes to safety programs also. You know, and those address a number of safety needs that are, again, distributed to various tribal programs. Those programs tend to be competitive based as far as applying for those grants. And then also 5% of the pot also is utilized for program management and oversight, and that's to cover both Federal Highway Administration as well as the BIA, you know, because they still have inherent federal functions that they have to address as part of overseeing, you know, the tribal transportation program. BIA probably uses it, the Navajo region, for, you know, as you saw earlier, they have an extensive road inventory that they're still responsible for, including, you know, managing the inventory, as well as other administrative functions that are inherent to their responsibilities, as well as Federal Highway. And then lastly, you know, as I said earlier, Navajo Nation, when we look at our annual allocation, we typically, anywhere from 37 to 42 million, we allocate for construction. Construction for new projects. So that just kind of gives you an idea of how these funding sources are broken down. You know, it was not on the slide, but you know, I think a lot of tribes are somewhat discouraged by is that, you know, the formula will crank out a number, and for the Navajo Nation, I think last year the formula said we were going to receive $62+ million, but what the government does is they take, I think this past year they said 12.2% for obligation limitation just comes off the top, you know, for all the funds that are appropriated to various federal agencies. You know, tribes have long, you know, because we're always seem to be around the bottom of the barrel when it comes to funding, especially in transportation. You know, I think through past leaders, we've always advocated, you know, why do you subject us to this obligation limitation? Because that happens every year. You know, that 57 is what we receive, but the formula probably cranked out a number that was, you know, 63 million. So, you know, we have no say in that, but, you know, whatever remaining funding that we do receive, you know, goes towards addressing the priority needs listed on our Tribal Transportation Improvement Program. Next slide.
The funding that we have through the program agreement with Federal Highway, these are a number of the main activities that we use that funding for. Transportation planning, the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. I think everybody's familiar with NEPA. Because these are federal funds, we're required to comply with NEPA on all of our projects. And so, of course, that can be a challenge. It can be costly, and it draws out, and it can draw out the schedule for any project development. And sometimes we combine state funds, maybe even tribal funds, along with the federal funds. And to some degree, as we always say, $1 of federal funds triggers all of these requirements that we have to adhere to. And so that's the challenge when we try to combine state or tribal funds with our federal funds.
Thank you, Bradley. Yeah, I told Madam Chair, members of the RDC. Going back to your previous PowerPoint slide here, you referenced how much money is allocated to planning and safety. And you mentioned, I think it was 4%, for safety program. I know staff, when you say safety program, is it the one you're talking about where your staff goes out there to chapters, talking about speeding and all that? Is that what you're talking about? What's the safety program, 4%? What that consists of?
This particular allocation that's taken off the top goes into safety, and that money is then used to for tribes to apply for grants for that funding. So it's competitive based funding. Now, what we use as far as what you described as our outreach and highway safety, we fund that program under our tribal shares. It comes out of that 57.8 million.
Okay, now the outreach, I understand about speeding, and I know your staff are out there for the outreach, talk about speeding. But I think really safety programs, a lot of our communities now have either chip seal road or paved roads, and like 371, state road, and we still have 491. But somewhere we do have highways that are really concentrated on safety pertaining to, stop DUI, DWI. And we look at 371, there's no signs up there. And recently, about a month ago, we had some kids killed, died in an accident. And one of the things that came up for Lake Valley chapter in White Rock is that we need to put some signs up. I know we hear about DWI, we hear about DUI, substance, taking certain substance while driving, just to decrease that, and I really like to see more outreach on that. And again, to bulk up and child restraint and all that, I really need to see that. I think speeding, the speed signs are out there, we should know it. But those are the outreach and safety that comes, safety has to be out there, like you said, outreach when it comes to paved roads and these chip seal roads. So I like to see more of those types of outreach, even billboards from the nation that where we don't hardly see these billboards to decrease DUI, DWI, and all that. So that's a big concern that came up from White Rock and Low Water. They said this was a long time, and they want to start talking about making their own signs, but somewhere down the line, we really need to concentrate, I know we hear on TV, we heard, we get these information, but sometimes I think something just in community, having something, these billboards put up as outreach to increase it, that will help a lot. So I was just calculating this, I guess, $2.3 million, for outreach. I think we can use some of that to cover some of those billboards where we don't have those out in certain areas. Everybody's the man chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Simpson. I don't know if we want to address that now or wait till Highway Safety will have a presentation, and they'll provide you a lot more information on their outreach activities, DUI, seatbelt use, child restraint, you know, they do, as well as billboards. So we put a lot of, we put funding towards those activities, you know, to address that. And I know that they work quite a bit with law enforcement also in DUI checkpoints. But, you know, obviously it's probably not enough, and it's, you know, so they'll talk more about that and hopefully can address your questions at that time. I should clarify, go back to that previous slide, just in case somebody's running calculations on me here. This funding breakdown, the percentages that you see there are actually applied to the overall pot that the Tribal Transportation Program receives, you know, to cover all the tribes. So they take those, I guess I would call them maybe set-asides based on percentages. And then what's remaining, then they run through the formula so that tribes determine their tribal shares. And then that 57.8 is what we receive. And that 57.8 also includes the Navajo Nation's 2% for planning as well. I think it comes out to be about 1.3 million annually is what we receive for planning. So go ahead, go back to the next slide. But all of the activities that we do under this program agreement, you know, as Mr. Silversmith stated earlier, you know, it covers everything. You know, we refer to it as cradle to grave, planning, design, construction, maintenance, and a lot of those activities, all of those activities are covered under this program agreement. So Navajo Division of Transportation is responsible for all of those and how we utilize those funds to address as many priority as we can. And to be honest with you, I think the recurring theme you're hearing here is that there's not enough money to cover all of our priorities. You know, you heard BIA with their deferred maintenance. With the Navajo Nation, you know, the need is much, much greater than the funding that we receive. But we use this funding also to design our projects. Design covers everything from survey, drainage studies, geotechnical, structural, if you have bridges or any large structures, you know, a slew of design elements that are required to deliver the project. NEPA covers cultural resources, biological, you know, environmental assessments, categorical exclusions, 401, 404 permitting, you know, all of those activities. Road maintenance, you know, we're allowed to use up to 25% of our funding, our tribal shares, towards maintenance. A number of the projects that you'll see on the tip, you know, as I discussed earlier, the N12 project from Wheatfields to Staley, you know, that was an existing paved road that was, I guess, rehabbed and reconstructed. You know, a project like that could fall under maintenance just because of the amount of rehab work that we had to do on that road. So, but mainly what we use it for a lot is to fund this regional route program, that $4.4 million a year we spend on blading 15 miles per chapter. I think we all know it's not enough. You know, chapters have always asked us to increase that, but at least it's a commitment from the nation, you know, that, you know, we're devoting those resources to address that need. Tribal state maintenance agreements, you know, we really haven't gotten into those types of agreements yet, but we do partner a lot with states, and I think we'll share later on in the presentation, you know, some of those activities that we're involved with. And then other TTP eligible activities, as I said, you know, and, you know, the safety pot, 4%, that funding is available, so they'll come out with notice of funding opportunities, depending on, you know, we've used the funding to develop a safety plan. We've had a few safety studies that we have done on various corridors to address you know, what's the safety element of the road, and usually what we try to do is, when we apply for funding, we try to build a case on, you know, these particular routes. You know, we just don't go and say, okay, we need this money. RSAs, you know, road safety, assessments, audits are really a good tool that I think a lot of DOTs use to identify problem areas, hot spots. And then with that, then they can target and address funding opportunities as they come out so that we can maybe capitalize and pursue funding that's outside of our normal funding that we receive from federal highway. So, you know, and then as I said earlier, I talked a little about the bridge program. Again, a big pot of money that's available for tribes, and, you know, unfortunately what we're hearing from federal highway is, you know, a number of tribes have really been slow to respond, just because not a lot of tribes have projects sitting on the shelf, construction ready with signed sealed plans, environmental EAs and FONSIs, and rights of way. A lot of times when we do that here at Navajo, as soon as we get all those documents ready to go, you know, we're advertising the project. If we're fortunate and everything works out to where we can apply for, say, a separate funding source and have that funding be available when we're ready to advertise, that's great, you know, but a lot of times tribes don't have that kind of backlog of projects just waiting for construction funding. So, but nonetheless, you know, we're really committed on whenever we can to pursue as many of these safety and bridge funding opportunities, as well as other funding opportunities that are out there. And from what I understand, there's well over 100 funding opportunities under the new bill, this new bipartisan infrastructure law. But the challenge again is selecting the right project, having all of the necessary documents that you need in order to submit a competitive proposal, because all of these funding opportunities are pretty much competitive. But with that, I think I'll turn it back over to Mr. Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. So as you can see, quite a bit of information there. We just somewhat scratched the surface of all the details that go into our program agreement and eligible activities that we can use our dollars under the Tribal Transportation Program. So next up is Ms. Leanne Roy. She's our manager for the Department of Planning, Transportation Planning, and her and the small team at Department of Planning, they are the ones, along with sometimes other staff members, we go out to the chapter houses and other community locations, and this is where we gather the community's priorities. We talk about the road inventory process. We talk about the long-range transportation plan, LRTP, which was recently approved by Resources and Development Committee last year. So she'll go over all of that, and she's on slide 14, and then slide 15, we'll turn it over to the Department of Highway Safety. So, Mr. Roy, we'll give you probably about 10 minutes, okay? Try to stay on schedule. We can try to be finished by 11 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. Again, my name is Leanne Roy, Department Manager with Transportation Planning. Tisakadni Shlona Kedana Bashishi, Dosh Shade, the Precision, Dosh Nala Ashia. So let me go ahead and go over slide 14. So everything you have heard from this morning to today, or this to 10:40, it all starts with planning. Before you get to the T-tip, before you get to project list, it all goes to planning. So the very first one is road inventory. So we heard a lot about road inventory this morning. So road inventory meaning roads, CIA roads, tribal roads, county roads, state roads, U.S. roads, all type of roads that we have on our inventory. So when we say inventory, we're talking about a database. We keep track of all the roads which we are entitled to maintain. So just to give you a tidbit, Navajo Nation is not the only one that goes through this. It's an annual process. We submit it to BIA if there's any changes. The ADT, traffic changes. If the traffic count goes up, if the traffic count goes down, we submit it to BIA. So again, the road inventory, National Tribal Transportation Facility Inventory, NTTFI. The next one is the LRTP, Long Range Transportation Plan. This one was approved back in October 2021. So the LRTP is a plan that we use, that we develop every 5 years. So again, every Indian nation, recognized Indian nation, does the same thing. So with this LRTP, it looks at a set of strategies. How do we prioritize if we have so many routes, so many bridges, so many issues, so many concerns? The LRTP is where that helps us out with. We look at performance measures. We look at which route will benefit the community. Because you want to look at routes that have a high ADTs. And with that being said, those ADTs will help us to plan with all this inventory that we have, maintain routes, upgrade, improve, and lastly, construct. We all need to know about construction. So before I get too far away from road inventory, it's just not roads we maintain. We maintain helipads, airports, bridges. So that 54 million, we have to make sure every part of those responsibilities, roles and responsibilities, get a portion of those millions. So for the regional routes, we heard about the regional routes earlier, 15 miles each chapter. So Navajo DOT, we went out to each chapter, 110 chapters, and we met with every chapter, having them prioritize which route they would like to be maintained 4 times a year. And the intent was to pick a route when it first began back in 2010, 2013, to pick a route that was earth road, gravel, because eventually the more improvement that happens on that road, traffic is going to increase. When traffic increases, the road gets to the point of asphalt, full construction. So we try to tell the chapters, pick roads that you can foresee in the future that you want Navajo DOT to maintain as an asphalt. And try not to change your regional routes. Because once you change all that 15-year effort that we did in the past, 20-year effort, we're going to be starting from square one again. Next is the TTIP process, Tribal Transportation Improvement Process. So that process is where we go to each chapter. We have planners. Planners go to each chapter and ask, which roads, which projects, which bridges, which school bus routes do you want to see prioritized? So we get a list and we prioritize them. We develop a draft TTIP list. We go out and do public hearings. So it's not Navajo DOT coming up with the list. It comes up with every chapter's concerns. That's where we start prioritizing.
So we bring in the road inventory, we bring in the priorities, we even bring in Club C. So when we do these public hearings, we try to make sure we also educate and inform the communities. Because we do get a lot of questions. How do I get my route on that project list? So call us, call Planning Department, 8380-505-371-8380. Call us. We'll come out to your chapter. We'll help you develop your list. We'll show you how the road inventory. We'll show you the long-range transportation plan, the regional routes, the T-trip. So give us that chance to come out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roy. Next slide, please. Here we're going to move into Mr. Brian James, and our Deputy Division Director will be providing some information on this next slide. We heard from Delegate Simpson, yes, Honorable Delegate Simpson, about the highway safety aspect of what we do. So, Mr. James, I'll turn it over to you in this moment.
Good morning, honorable delegates. My name is Brian James, and I'm currently the Delegated Program Manager for the Navajo Department of Highway Safety. Tatini Mishwa look at the net basishin nas ejedene dashache be between dashanale. I've been with Navajo DOT for 10 years now. I made 10 years back in March, and that whole time I've been here, I've been with the Highway Safety Department. So for the Highway Safety Department, our focus and mission is to provide highway safety education and decrease motor vehicle crashes and deaths on the Navajo Nation roadways. And we use a lot of different avenues for that, whether it be media, like the radio, or putting ads in the newspaper, billboards, social media, which is very big right now with our young people. We provide defensive driving courses for the Navajo Nation. So in order for the Navajo Nation employees to drive tribal vehicles, they have to take a 4-hour defensive driving course. And we also provide the Navajo Nation vehicle operators permits and ID badges. And then occupant protection is the use of seatbelts. Navajo Nation does have a primary seatbelt law, so we go into our communities and teach about the importance of wearing the seatbelt. And also we have a child passenger safety program where we educate caregivers on the proper use of child passenger safety restraints and educating, and also we may be able to assist our community members with the car seat as well. And so I'll turn it over to Deputy Division Director Norma Bowman.
Good morning once again. I wanted to go ahead and kind of touch on some of the statements that were made from Delegate Simpson. So prior to becoming the Deputy Director, I was the Department Manager for Highway Safety, and I am privileged to say I was with Highway Safety for 33 years. I was with them since 1988, and I learned a lot about highway safety and some of the advantages that we have as a nation to provide means of educating our community members on how important it really is. And this is always where I start anything. I always say, you all woke up this morning whole, in one piece, and you all jumped into a car, and you said goodbye to your children, your grandchildren, your spouse, whoever it is, and they watched you drive away with the faith that you will come back in the evening whole again. That's why the decisions we make behind the wheel of a car is so important. When we did the crash data. We collect the crash data from the police district, and we did an analysis of what's causing crashes on our roadways. Most of the time you ask people, they'll say it's the roads. It's because there's, well, right now the big one is there's too many potholes. I'm trying to avoid them. But really it's human behavior that causes crashes. Nobody gives you authority or permission as a driver to say, you should go speed 90 miles today. You should not wear your seatbelt today. You should not put your children in a car seat. You should not make sure everybody's buckled in. We decide that on our own as humans. But what the fact remains is that if you make those good decisions, you're going to be safe. If you're doing them properly, you will be safe. So highway safety has always been in the position of doing and addressing education when they're this small. When we do child passenger safety, we teach parents, your baby is born and they cannot talk until they're about 5. They can't have a full sentence until they're 5. But by 5 years old, that child will have gone through 3 different car seats. So how are they to tell mom and dad, you've got me in wrong. You've got me in the wrong seat. I'm not facing the right direction. I'm too little to be in a seatbelt only. So we try to teach educate our caregivers, our parents, on what's important about being in the car seat. What's important about them graduating to a seatbelt, because one day they're going to ask for the keys of your vehicle and they're going to ask to use the car. So we feel very passionately about the importance of highway safety. We do, as Brian alluded to, have social media that we use to our advantage. We do some of the programming in the schools. We get in with the preschools and the Head Starts. We go into the elementaries. We do a big high school massive campaign during proms and graduation season, because that tends to be when our high school students use their vehicles the most, so that they can understand that our hope is that they'll become responsible adults. We want them to be responsible adults in driving the roadways. And I always say that like I said, you're responsible for yourself, but we share the road with other people who don't care. I mean, I was looking at the beautiful road from Saley to Wheatfield, and we had the last agency council meeting at Lukajugai, and I asked the community members there, I said, have you seen a higher increase of speed? They said, yeah, absolutely. Because it's a brand new road, and the speed levels are high. So our hope in getting the crash data and putting it into the traffic highway safety plan, the SHSP, all these plans, is to even educate our law enforcement to say, guess where the problem areas are? Here's the locations of where all our crashes are happening. Here's where you need to do your enforcement setups. It's not always where you think where it's at. It's actually in other locations. You know, when they did that first analysis, 15-year analysis, there was one community that had a high rate of crashes that we all couldn't believe. It was Newcomb. When we asked people, where do you think it is? Of course, they all named the agencies, right? Winterot 45 to the city Shiprock, Crown Point, you know. It was Newcomb. Newcomb was one of our highest areas of crashes that were happening on the nation. So we used this to even educate them. And one of the things that we did do with the safety project fund, that's the 2% that we can compete for, is we applied for a program called TRACS, so that law enforcement can do a computerized based crash data collection system, because right now we're still going into the police districts to grab the data from paper and put it into something that we can read And so, as you can see, it's big time for me. I'm a very passionate highway safety advocate. I'll always be that person until, even after I retire, I'm gonna come and knock on everybody's door and say, you guys pay attention to this. It's important. Why? I lost my dad when I was 6. He was ejected from a car. I believe truly that if he had buckled up, he would have been here in my life. It sucks not to have a father. So those of you who are dads, take your role on, take it on. Seriously, your kids are looking up to you. Sorry, that's just how I feel about this. I'm always doing that, and I think that's why my boss is standing there. No, Norma's on the soapbox again. It's just how I feel about the initiative. And I'm so thankful that you said what you said, because sometimes it's a small program, you're like, oh, I wonder if anybody even notices what we're doing and trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Sometimes, yeah, we got to get very passionate about what we do in order to effectively deliver our message. So thank you, Norman.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. I don't want anybody to think that there's some bad people at Newcomb. I represent Newcomb, so there's some good people there. It's the people that drive through there, they're the problem. I always say, I live along N36 highway, the highway that goes from the south side of Farmington there by Northern Edge Casino all the way to the south side of Shiprock. I remember one year in the state of New Mexico, they were saying that that's one of the most dangerous highways right there. I mean, at mile marker 12, right near where San Juan Chapter turnoff is, if you ever see Dukes of Hazzard, that's what people do right there, you know. And it is dangerous, and I'm glad that your program visits the chapters. I was there at San Juan Chapter, I was there at Ninanizad, and telling the people to be careful, you know, when they drive. And you're right, you know, it's usually the people. It's not the vehicle. Kind of like the gun. There's nothing wrong with a gun. There's nothing wrong with guns. It's the people. So we just need to learn how to be careful and be safe. And I'm very proud of our heliport there in Newcomb. I really appreciate it, NDOT. I know NDOT goes beyond that, and they take care of the airports as well. And I just want to say thank you. And safety is very important, Nathan. As delegates, man, we get called to all sorts of meetings. We go from this point to that point to that point. About a couple months ago, I was coming down the mountain on top of Sheep Springs. And I was going down, and there was a vehicle in front of me, and it was like swerving. And I thought, I hope they're okay. I wonder what's going on. Usually when people are doing that, they're either drinking and driving, or they're out looking for their sheep or their horses. But this vehicle was just driving in front of me, and the road was curvy. And they decided to pull on to the side of the shoulder and drive on the shoulder because they noticed I was behind them. Just at a curve there, and there was 2 lines, no passing. So I just thought, since they're pulling over and driving slowly, they probably want me to pass them. So I slowly was driving. Just then the Navajo PD came along. Man, I was just so unlucky that day. I got a ticket trying to avoid someone, you know. So these things happen, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I just wanted to, let me just say this real quick, Honorable Simpson, and I'll give it to you. One of the things with highway safety is, and I find this to be a problem because I too was in a minor vehicle accident back in the later part of 2018. And ever since then, I've been really diligent when I drive. I see a high percentage of people under cell phone, especially on this frontage road. And I don't know if we can, or your department with, since you're under NDOT, to provide more signages, just like Honorable Simpson had mentioned earlier, to tell folks or even convey that message to have people stay off of their cell phones when they're driving. Because I kid you not, when you're passing someone on a frontage road, they're coming at you, and I am so fearful now that I literally have to go to the far right side of the road. So with that, I think that's a very safety issue that we have here on Navajo Nation, and I know that some of the states actually had inputted laws at the state level for people that should be on their cell phone get citations. Now, the other aspect of this is that some of these citations that the police officers give out here on Navajo Nation, I'm not too sure if your department or NDOT even gets any of those funds back, so that in terms of safety aspect, like for the Highway Safety Department under NDOT could at least benefit from some of those dollars. So maybe that's where Honorable Simpson had mentioned earlier, where we can recapture some of those dollars, but of course it's going to require legislation. So again, and then I'm going to go ahead and give it to my colleague.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of RDC shared 950 into very good comments here. It's awesome that shared. Going back to what we stated here, you know, we want all our roads to be improved, and as you stated, to safety, we feel speed increases. And that's why we really want to concentrate on this highway safety. And that has to be a priority because we know we'll be facing that. So one of the things that we talked about, yes, presentation at chapter are good, but who are at chapter meetings? Law-abiding citizens, grandma and grandpa. It's not the young people. It's who we want to get them educated on that. Drinking while intoxicated is wrong, DUI is wrong, under a certain substance is wrong, texting and driving is wrong. So again, it goes back to what we said, there are certain areas that we still have to, I know Facebook is good, it's really good to get information out, but sometimes, you know, I don't have Facebook. You know, there's a lot of people who are anti-Facebook, anti-social media, so we still have to have those things out there like billboards. So I'd like to make a request, and like I said, I'd like to have something come out for your work session, really concentrate in areas that really don't have billboards that are really, you know, pertaining to DUI, texting and driving. Like I said, again, 371 is a prime example. We have no signage, no billboard up there to where people can say, you know, even say one life on that billboard, that means a lot. You know, to say, hey, what am I doing? That person is intoxicated or something, I see that might just pull over, or see that I can't drink and drive, you know, I gotta have a responsible person. Just that one billboard up, saying one life, that means a lot to me. And again, going back to highway safety, we met with Attorney General Ethel Branch a couple of weeks ago through Zoom. We brought that up. How do we make our mutual aid agreement stronger? That outside line enforcement that will participate in a mutual aid agreements. One thing we brought up was to allow our outside law enforcement to patrol the speed presence there. We can decrease these texting, driving, DWI. So that's a big concern to me because I see that. So that's why I brought that up last week with our meeting with Ethel Branch, Attorney General, that how can we amend our mutual agreement with outside law entities to these places have like state police, state troopers, county sheriff department to start patrolling the areas within Navajo Nation. And that means a lot. And that's what I brought up with White Rock chapter and Bay Valley. We want to see more patrolling because we know we're limited on our personnel within the Navajo Nation police. We're very limited. I mean, it's just something we don't have enough law enforcement out there within our nation. So we're trying to get help from outside to just patrol these areas. So I'm pleased with you. If you can put a couple of signs, a billboard or something in 371, and it's for Navajo Nation too. maybe by Crown Point and Lake Valley, and I can talk with them, thinking, Lake Valley is pretty easy for the signage, billboards, stuff like that, so that we can do, then Crown Point, we can talk with them, how we can put some type of billboard there, but not just these few chapters throughout the nation, that we can afford to put these billboards up. Shahad, now get to the presentation, and again, I'm going to be very vocal on this, highway safety. Shahad, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson, back to you.
Just to make a note, we do have some, billboards out, but we wanted to visit to have more. We did have a couple of community chapters that wanted to give and designate a certain area for us to put up billboards, and so that's an avenue that definitely we can look at. The biggest audience that you were talking about, we do go to senior centers. We do we call it mature driving presentation. I say that because I said, I don't ever want to be called a senior citizen. I think I'd rather be called a mature driver. So that's what we call the presentation given by Highway Safety. It's a mature driving presentation, and they go into the senior centers. And when COVID happened, that was the audience that missed the presence so much, but now that they're reopening, they want them to come back in and give that again. Just wanted to make sure you knew that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus, and thank you for the questions so far from our delegates, Honorable Delegates Simpson and Delegate Ned and Chair Jesus. We have 2 more slides that'll wrap up this section of primary roles and responsibilities of the Navajo Nation, by the Navajo Nation, and then we'll go to the next section, and then immediately when we go to the next section, DIA will be presenting. So I'm going to give some time here to Mr. Begay, who covers slides 16 and 17 in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Again, good morning, Honorable Chair, members of RDC. John Begay with Navajo DOT Executive. I will do an overview of the airports program here at Navajo DOT. We have an improvement program and also a maintenance program for the airports. We have 5 airports that are in the federal aviation system. That's Winter Rock, Chinle, Tuba City, Sherbrooke, and Crown Point. Those are in the FAA system. If those airports are in the FAA system, FAA provides some funding to it, and some fundings. We do almost all FAA fundings. Navajo Nation has to contribute some. Typically, it's like 4.4% of the funding, whatever the FAA is providing. And then we also reach out to ADOT and NBOT to help us with their share of funding, almost about the same amount. So it's a cost sharing program with FAA, Navajo Nation, and ADOT and NBOT. So that's how we manage the airports program. What we're looking at right here is the improvement program under the FAA. Back in 2018, Sherbrooke, we had full reconstruction on the runway, and we got the communication systems, the navigation systems, and the lightings and the runway upgraded in 2018. Then in Crown Point, we submitted the design application back in June last year, and we are looking to get some funding from FAA to redesign the whole Crown Point runway to get the reconstruction in 2025. So basically the way it goes is that we submit an application. It's not guaranteed, but we do the best we can. About 80%, 90% of the time we get the funding from FAA. So we submit an application to get the funding. The design is going to cost us about $480,000 on that one. So that's this year, and next year we're gonna apply again for the reconstruction. So hopefully in 2026. Spring 2026, we plan to be, the anticipated construction date will be in 2026 for the Crown Point to be reconstruction. Again, we're upgrading the lighting, we're upgrading the runway, and we're also doing the access road, because right now, just right off the highway, it's a steep access road. So we're looking at to get the reconstruction in 2026. Winter Rock, half of the runway was reconstructed in 2017, and we're looking to get the other half reconstructed in 2027. Fortunately, we are looking to reconstruct it in 2024, but we are pushing to get that done this summer. We got 8.1 million from FAA and 258,000 from Navajo, 258,000 from ADOT. So we are really pushing we are at where we will be sending the contract documents through 164. And we are hoping to get that pushed through 164 early part of June, which is a few days away, and we really want to get that airport reconstructed this summer. And that's what we're focusing on right now for the Chinle. Again, we're going to do the full reconstruction on the pavement. We're going to upgrade the lighting, the communication, navigation systems. So that's our focus right now for 2023. And for Tuba City, we are starting a pavement preservation here on June 6th. What they're going to do on June 6th is the contractor is going to come out and they're going to do some herbicides. We have some cracks, weeds around the runways and on the runways. We're going to try to alleviate those or eliminate those weeds with the herbicide. That's going to be starting on June 6th. And then 2 weeks after that, we are starting the pavement preservation, which is to reduce some of the crack sealing and some of the pavement markings. So that's going to be Tuba City in the month of June. Newcomb Heliport, as mentioned, Chair Nares is his region in 2021. The heliport was reconstructed. With Clapito, we are working with the Clapito chapter. A bid went out about 2 weeks ago, and I haven't followed up to see if there were any bidders to reconstruct the Clapito heliport. The design's done, so we are now waiting to see if any of the contractors have bid on it and see if their price is within the range to construct another heliport in Clapito. So that's what we're working on too also. And most of these heliports, even at the regular fixed wings runways, a lot of the hospitals are using them for medevacs, for flying patients in and out. And they are, IHS is one of the main primary users for these airports. And then I'm going to go ahead and switch to what we're doing with the airports. Can you hit the next slide, please? So we also have a maintenance program. The maintenance program is the FAA really doesn't fund the maintenance program. Most of the fundings are coming from internal. Whether it's Federal Highway Administration, there is an eligibility to do the weeds, clean out the drainages, pavement preservation, minor pavement preservation. We use some of that Federal Highway funding to do some airport maintenances. And most of the maintenance routines are routine unless a lighting is out or a communication system is out, or you see that at the orange, it's called windsock. That kind of gives you a direction where the wind is blowing from for the pilots. So I list some of the maintenance that we do. Any hazards that might be blown or the weeds or we check the perimeter fencing, gate, we clean out the drainages and runways, invasive weeds, replacing windsocks, antennas, and beacons for communications, the navigational lighting system, electrical lighting systems, and of course the pavement preservation. If you go towards Strip Rock at night, sometimes you'll see the lighting turn on, and that's radio control lighting by the pilots. So the communication system doesn't work well. When an aircraft is coming out, the pilot is not able to turn on the light with the radio. So they might be 2 miles out, and they'll be able to turn on the lights with their with their radio control lighting, instruments. So that's the communication, system that, we have to make sure that we could, sometimes I think a couple times, more recently, there was a fence down, that we didn't really find out why there was a fence down. Sometimes people will go out there and try to put the fence down, to let the animals in, because there are like more and more vegetation inside the fence areas. So a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, there were some horses inside the airport perimeter fence, and so it took some communities and our staff here to chase out those animals out there. And we had the same thing happen with Shiprock. So our guys go out there and they also check the perimeter fence and engage. So make sure there's no animal inside the airport perimeter. That's pretty much all I have for the airports.
Members of Resources and Development Committee, those are not those honorable colleagues on the call or either here that are present in the conference room.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC, NDOT, OBIA. So, the question be going to you. I know you have the final say on how these projects will be funded, which will be going first, which will be going second. And again, I just kind of speak on this issue all the time on different projects. And I see Chinle, Cuba City, Crown Point. First of all, I really want to say I'm very appreciative of all the work you guys are doing on highways, on highway safety, on airports and all that. I appreciate that. I know we're living on funds. I know we're always dealing with shortage of funds and all that stuff. So, but going back to Crown Point, it seems like Easter is always the last one to be funded on certain projects. I'm not just talking about airport, not highway, but a lot of projects. And how was this determined to get other projects funded first? Then Easter is the last one again, and which is Crown Point. And I appreciate that it was considered. And the planning will start in 2024 and pay for construction in 2026. And I'm just wondering why it's just, we tend to be the last to be taken care of. So how was that determined for Crown Point on planning between 2024 and construction in 2026? Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Madam Chair.
Your question. I'd like to go ahead and give it to my colleague, Honorable Claw, and we'll go ahead and give it back to NDOT for response. So, Honorable Claw, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also thank you to our presenter for the information this morning, and then to Mr. Silversmith. My question is in regards to the Chinle Airport and then all airports across the Navajo Nation. I wanted to know how often they go out into the field to do an assessment of the runways, and then also how often they go out to provide the chip seal. And then also I wanted to find out if there is a plan, an existing plan on how they are working with the AirMed, and then also the groups that are using that for medical transportation. Right now, we do not have any fuel stations on the Navajo Nation that I know of, not particularly on Chinle's airstrip. So I wanted to find out if there was a plan to try to get a fuel station. We had Senator Mark Kelly a few months ago, back in September of last year, come out to Chinle, and they did not fuel up. And so I think he had to reroute his plane to get to a fuel station. So what are the plans as far as getting fuel stations for our airports? And then the other question I have is, since the IHS is using these airports to transfer patients from the reservation to off reservation. Is there any advocacy as far as 638 funds being drawn down for the services that are being provided? And so that's my questions regarding that. And then also, this is just a broad question in regards to the overall NDOT department. I wanted to find out how the vacancies are being filled. I know that Mr. Silversmith Shachay did a great job during our Chinle flood, but I know that they are short-staffed. So I also wanted to find out the plan for that. And then one of the things I always mention is the grants. I know that they have the RAISE grants, and then U.S. Department of Transportation, they do have grant availability. And I want to find out if we have a grant writer within NDOT that is working towards the grant submittals, especially now with this bipartisan infrastructure bill that has been out for a while. But I'd really hate to see the Navajo Nation lose an opportunity. And so even if we try to submit a grant, it's better to try than not to do anything at all. And so I really want to find out if there is an individual that is assigned to that task, and if I could get those questions answered. And I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, if you have.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw, for your questions, and then also to Honorable Danny Simpson. One of the things that I just want to go off of with Honorable Claw is we have one of our own up in DC who has been, who took his oath of office a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Orlando Teller. And I understand that the tribal division for transportation has been set up under Biden administration going forward. And just as it was mentioned with additional funding requests, maybe that would have to be the next step in hopes that Navajo Nation can get a lot of their unmet needs for road projects of new construction and or improvements be funded. And maybe this is where we need to start that dialogue with Secretary, Mr. Assistant Secretary, Mr. Orlando Teller. So I just wanted to put that. So I'll give it back to whoever's going to make a response to Honorable Simpson and Claude's questions.
Okay, I can respond to regarding the Crown Point grant and also the field stations by questions by Delegate Claude. According to the FAA, the funding that's being allocated is really not Navajo Nation's determination. It's based on how the fundings are being allocated and how much Arizona is getting their share, and FAA has their region. New Mexico is under a different region. Arizona is under a different region. So when the FAA allocates their funding, they look at the three on the Arizona side. So as I think I listed on there, that 17 Window Rock was partially reconstructed in 2017. And then 2018, New Mexico FAA allocated 2018 for Shiprock. 2019, I don't believe we got any funding. But in 2021, we started in 2020 for Chinle under CARES Act. We said we got some funding under CARES Act for Chinle, and that was a design. And then in 2021, we applied for the construction for Chinle. And we got a phase 1 grant for Chinle. And when that grant came in, that's right in the middle of the pandemic. When we came out of pandemic, we learned that the cost has gone up, the inflation has gone up, and we learned that the money that we received for the Chinle was not enough. So we went back to FAA and we asked for additional funding for Arizona, for Chinle, And fortunately, they were able to give us some more because we already had the design done, and we also had phase one, and so they were fortunate enough to give us phase two again. So that's going to be, that's the 2021 funding. So now, 2022, we applied for Crown Point again. So we're hoping that we are going to get the design money for Crown Point. And then we're also going to get away from Arizona for a little bit, because we're also going to be doing pavement preservation for Tuba City. So in 2022 and 23, we're going to be focusing on Crown Point to get the application in for the design, and also at the same time submitted an application for funding. That's going to cost, the Crown Point reconstruction is going to cost around between 6 to 8 million. Because if we're looking at Chinle, it's costing 8.1 million. And about 80% of that came from FAA. And we're looking at doing the same thing for Crown Point. It's going to cost around 6 to 8 million. So it's not internal. We don't have 8 to 6 million for airports internally. It's all coming from FAA. And then as far as fuel, Chinle has a fuel station, but that's, I understand that's owned by one of the companies. I believe it's Guardian Flight, I'm sorry. They have a fuel system there in Chinle. And for the Crown Point design, we're looking to include the fuel station for Crown Point design. Shiprock was done in 2027. The Crown Point, or the fuel station was not included in the design, but it can always be incorporated into the next upgrade for any of the airports. Winter Rock has a fuel station too also. So Tuba City doesn't have a fuel station, so it's Tuba City and Crown Point and Shiprock that we can work on getting the fuel station in the next upgrade. So probably the next one that we'll be focusing on is Crown Point fuel station for also with the new upgrades. As far as the personnel, staffing, I'm gonna hand it over to Mr. Schultzman.
Thank you, Mr. McGay. So some of the responses that we have as far as what do we do, how do we fill some of the vacancies that exist across Navajo Nation, particularly Navajo Division of Transportation. Currently we have a staff size of about 105, 110 employees across entirely of the Navajo DOT. This includes the 7 departments that I mentioned earlier. And some of the ways that we're filling these positions, so we're probably at 70, 80% filled as far as our positions. Of course, 100 being entirely filled with the positions that we need. And some of the ways that we are trying to fill these positions is we reached out to communities. So last year, Mr. Peterman and Department of Roads, we went out to Blanding, Utah, probably very near where you're from. And we went to the local heavy equipment school, I forget the name of it, but we were there, we set up there for about a day. And this is a school that specializes and certifies operators. So we were there for about a few hours, just trying to attract some attention, trying to attract, securing some of those potential employees there. And it's a school, it's known for its education and preparing males and females for driving heavy equipment. So we were there. That was one of the ways. Another way was we set up at Winter Rock, not only the Winter Rock Fair, but we did that last year and other fairs where we set up a booth. Some of the booths, some of the information that we provide is through highway safety. Some of the information that we provide there, and also we share what is about Navajo DOT. At the same time, we tell them about some of the vacant positions that exist within Navajo DOT. So not only that fair, we've done a fair, Winter Rock Fair, but we've done some other fairs throughout the year. And then finally, a couple of years ago, it was prior to the onset of the pandemic, we were at Pinyon there. We had set up a one-day job recruiting effort too. So Some of those, we've seen some success, so maybe we have been successful because we were able to attract some heavy equipment operators from the northern Arizona, southern Utah area, so that Blanding location we might have drawn some interest there. The grant writer, we don't have a grant writer within our Navajo DOT system. That position was previously held by the late David Silversmith. So he passed on a couple of years, and since then we haven't filled that position, but we have taken up an internal response, or internally we've taken up that task. I know Mr. Jonah Begay has been doing some of our applying for some of these grants out there, so he's been doing some of that. I believe Daryl too, if you can filling out some applications for some of our bridge projects. Mr. Bradley has been doing some of those. So we're just doing it, a shared responsibility amongst ourselves that we're doing our own grant writing. So that includes where we've reached the end of this section here with, advance the slides please to the next one. We've reached the end of the previous section, so we have 11:32. I think you want to share something before we go.
Okay, so I just wanted to go back to Honorable Simpson and Honorable Claw. The questions that you posed, did you get clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what about Honorable Claw? Did your questions get answered?
Yes, Madam Chair, but I have a follow-up question in regards to the fuel station that was mentioned. As far as I know, that company, the Guardian AirMed, I believe they are a for-profit company. So my question is, how do we as the Navajo Nation, and as far as for myself as a delegate working with the chapter, how do I start the process to obtain the leasing so that we can purchase and then also sell fuel? So what would NDOT have to do to establish fuel for, I guess, for Chinle and also the whole Navajo Nation? And then also, I wanted to find out if that particular company has a lease with the Navajo Nation, maybe with NDOT or even our land department to operate a fueling station there. And then I also wanted to know if there were lease fees that were being paid to Navajo Nation as far as fuel excise tax, and then also the rental for the land there. And then another question that I have is in regards to our, if you can provide us, just like with the T-tip listing, if I can request for the airport capital improvement plan for each airport, and if you could send that out to the delegates. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Claw, for your additional questions. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it back to NDOT for a response.
Thank you, Delegate Claw, for that question. Your last question, if there was an airport program that can be sent out to the delegates, absolutely, that can be done. We have a 5-year program that we work with, again, with ADOT and FAA to get those program projects out for 5 years, so that can be distributed to the delegates. And then going back to your fuel questions, lease for Chinle with the air transportation, that was established when I stepped into this role. And my understanding is it's really between IHS and the transport companies. Navajo DOT does not have an agreement or a lease with the company, but it's my understanding it's between the IHS and the transport companies, because IHS is using those transport companies to provide transportations for their patients.
Yeah, although, in regards to, Honorable Claw's question, Honorable Claw, did that clarify your questions?
Yes, it did, and I will go ahead and do a follow-up, and then also about the listing.
You have the floor, Honorable Claw.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I was on mute. Yes, it did. And then also, I just wanted to find out if I am able to get a listing of what I asked for regarding the airport improvement plans for each of those airports. If we can have that sent out to us as well, I would appreciate it.
Of course, yeah, Honorable Claw. I do have our colleague, Honorable Otto So, on the call, who does have a question. Honorable Otto So, you do have the floor. The star 6 to unmute.
You guys hear me? You guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Oh.
So, thank you very much. And I really would like to get more information pertaining to Guardian Air and the other contractors that provide that service. The reason why I say this is, I share the same concerns that Honorable Claw has mentioned. We know that Guardian Air provides air medevac for Navajo citizens out there, and there is helipads that are developed, and my concern is these helipads are developed without proper withdrawals. A lot of the land withdrawals that happen with the Bureau of Indian Affairs are pretty much just approved by resolution, meaning that a full land withdrawal is not in place. So that type of research, I think, NDOT, we really need to move forward to try to get that information. The other is that the fuel storage pertaining to the Guardian Air and emergency transport. What type of sales tax from the fuel excise tax is generated from that, and that's just one area that I have concerns too. The other is that we know that there's some improvement projects that are scheduled throughout the airport management system across the Navajo Nation, but in Tuba City there is an airport that was in place, and when the new airport came into play, the old airport there is still in place, and I'm not too sure if there's a status on that from the Bureau of Indian Affairs and NDOT pertaining to the decommissioning of that old airport site. And if you guys could, maybe immediate dialogue between the Bureau of Indian Affairs and probably Indian Health Services really needs to occur to see what is the status of that, if that old landing strip near the hospital has been decommissioned. The other is that there's an area west of Tuba City called the Old Airport. There's a plateau there, Little Mesa, and there's one of those FFA monitoring facility that's in place, and I believe their lease has expired. And I'm wondering if NDOT could get me additional information pertaining to that expired lease that FFA has pertaining to that facility, because when you go to that little monitoring building there, it says the property of the United States government. So with that, I think that information pertaining to those type of monitoring system for the FFA, we really, whether it's an expired lease or whatever, but we need to get the FFA to comply with Navajo Nation leasing laws. So those are just my concerns at this time for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Aruso, and I'd like to go ahead and give it back to you, Mr. Begay, to make responses to the questions that were posed by the delegates.
Okay. Thank you again, Delegate Claus. You mentioned your...
Mr. Begay, real quickly, since we are going to be having lunch on our own, one of the things that I wanted to recommend, and I got permission from Mr. Silversmith, is maybe we can break 10 minutes before 12, just to allow enough time for some of the individuals to beat the lunch crowd. So, so I guess at 11:50 we can go ahead and break for lunch, if that's still okay with Mr. Silversmith. Hagoshi. So go ahead and make your response. We do have 8 minutes till 11:50.
Okay. Delegate Claudia, your questions about the list, I will go ahead and send out that list to the delegates regarding the airport program, and then also the questions posed by Delegate Otoso, Honorable Delegate Otoso. I did work with that. That question came up in the past, last year, I think in October or November, and I sent out a request out to General Land Development Leasing Department. And they are working, they look into that, and right now, it's not Navajo DOT's airport leasing. You're correct about that. That expired, but the FAA facility is still there, but that lease expired. And Navajo General Land Department is working on that to decommission it. And right now, it's become a tribal property, Navajo Nation property. So it's not Navajo DOT right now. So Navajo General Land Department will have to fully complete that, and I believe there was a concern from the chapter also that there was still a tower there, and the tower needs to be down. So after all the paperwork is done, we can move forward with taking down that tower and the facility. So.
So, Shanatani, Honorable Claw and Honorable Aruso, did that clarify questions that you posed?
Madam Chair,
I'm good.
Madam Chair, in regards to the Tuba City Airport, and then also the tower or the radar facility that they were talking about, is there a discussion happening with the FAA and NDOT? That would be my final question. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanatani. Mr. Begay?
No, there is a preliminary discussion but not with the FAA, but with the General Leasing Department.
Honorable Claw, does that clarify your question?
My recommendation is to have the FAA be a part of this discussion because it is affecting our air traffic, and then also any towers are under the regulation. So that would be my response, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Claw, and the recommendation is noted by the Airport Department and also Mr. Silversmith and by Resources and Development Committee. So let me go ahead and give it to Legal Counsel, Ms. Khan.
I would like to suggest, Madam Chair, that communication be made with the Department of Justice, the Natural Resources Unit and the Human Services Unit with regard to the leasing issue, and also the fuel dispensing issue, two different issues that the Department of Justice should have information about. Maybe could ask them if they have any information on that, maybe for later this afternoon or tomorrow. Thank you. And then there was one more question. I draft legislation with regard to use of land, And so I was wondering if there was any plans for expansion of the Window Rock, landing area. The other sites, they are away from populated areas, and I was just wondering if there was a plan to expand or move the airport in Window Rock, and if so, if work had started on that, or if you see that this is sufficient for the next decade. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Khan. So with that, Mr. Begay, I believe our advisor had noted the recommendation that was given by legal counsel in regards to the land issue and also the fueling station issue as well. And again, usually it would be, it's, most beneficial to collaborate with legal counsel or the Division of Natural Resources Unit under DOJ. So we can definitely have that dialogue, and Mr. Tahi did note it here. So I don't know if you want to make a response to Ms. Khan's question in regards to the expansion of the Window Rock Airport and our future plans, I believe, was in Window Rock.
No, actually, we don't have a plan for expansion on the airport. It's really up to who the people or the land users are around there. But I think it was when it was first, it was kind of a challenge to get the existing airport. So to expand that, we will have to communicate with the St. Michael's chapters and people living around there. It's no guarantee that they'll give up their land. So right now, there's no plan for expansion.
Ms. Khan, did that clarify your question? Okay. So with that, I know that you wanted to start your 401, 404 permit challenges. I don't know if you want to jump into it or if you want to go ahead and just break for lunch and reconvene after 1 o'clock. Mr. Silversmith, I'm going to go ahead and look up to you for guidance.
We'll go ahead and break for lunch. It's about 11 minutes till 12. We'll return at 1:15. We're going to return and pick up with this portion, environmental clearances. We'll go directly to the BIA, Mr. Sarah Watt, you and your team, and they'll go first, and then we'll follow them. Thanks.
Okay, so with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, 27 Navajo Nation Council members, and also to staff or individuals on the call, colleagues on the call, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and we are going to reconvene at 1:15 this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. It is now 1:16 p.m. We'll go ahead and continue our presentation from Navajo Department of Division of Transportation and BIA Kuroshi, Mr. Silversmith. We'll get started on environmental clearances, Clean Water Act, 401, 404 permits, challenges. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Delegate Nez. So this morning, we covered two sections, right? And so today, this afternoon, the remainder of this afternoon, we're going to go over two more sections, beginning with this one here. We'll go into environmental clearances, Clean Water Act, and 401 and 404 permits and the challenges that's related to these. And as we do construction projects and new construction projects and road maintenance projects, most of the time, if not all the time, the environmental impact is felt by our projects. And at times they're required, depending on our funding situation, federal funding. This is required environmental clearances as well as internal general funds or FET road funds. So there's a differentiation between the two, federal requirements and internal Navajo Nation requirements. And so our intent this afternoon is to kind of explain to you what we have to go through as each project progresses from beginning to end and the challenges that's related to it. So the environmental clearances is difficult, but we're going to do that as far as our best explanation to do that explanation. We'll go ahead and begin with BIA, and then they'll do the first half hour, and then we'll pick up and cover the last half hour.
Thank you. And good afternoon. Honorable delegates and the DRC, is it the DRC or RDC? RDC. Apologize for that. To kind of start off with the BIA side of things, and and that's true, the regulations, they change throughout the years. In previous years, there wasn't a whole lot of extra stuff that were involved in these environmental clearances. And I know when I worked at the Crow Agency, environmentals were huge, and it just depending on what was being needed from the tribal side. On the environmental, there were three types of things that could happen in there. You're looking at a categorical exclusion, an EA, an environmental assessment, or an ESI. I think that was it. I can't remember the third one. But with the change in the regulations, there's a lot more regulations that were put in place, throughout the years. And so it does. How would you say? It puts a lot of pressure on the tribes as well as BIA to ensure that the regulations are all met in there. And we do have a checklist on things when they come through on the BIA side to make sure we're checking these things off. And a lot of times it's working with the tribes to find out ways that we can get through these the checklist and stuff to make sure we can get the whether the permits, the right of ways, any of the things that were being sought by the tribe, that we can get those put through. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Alfred Reed to go ahead and cover this session. Thank you.
Again, good afternoon. Alfred Reed. We'll be doing the presentation on the 401 to 404 permits. That's the Clean Water Act and the certification water. Next slide. I'm going to be referring to a lot of the IAM 82, and this is an excerpt from that on the environmental compliance, and this is what we work with and how we work with it. And it's all spelled out in the handbook, and this is from the handbook itself. For BIA, all federal laws and regulations We have to follow for any kind of pipe installation work that's being conducted on the paved roadway or earth roadway, and any crossings that are out there. And we do a lot of work with NEPA and then the 401, the 404 applications with the nation and the Army Corps and the Durango office. Next. And the handbook itself too, these are the statutes that we work with, the National Environment Policy Act, NEPA. NEPA deals with the environmental assessment, finding of no significant impact and categorical exclusion. These all pertain to roadway maintenance. And as Mr. Searle stated, we have a checklist, and we go by that checklist. And these are one of the checklists that we check off when we do any type of installation or reinstallation or any type of work that we're doing out on the roadways. We have the Endangered Species, National Historic, Clean Air, Clean Water Act. And that goes along with the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. So that deals with the BMP's best practices management. Those are the straw wattles that you see out there, and then the silt fence. So we have to draw those things out. We have to label them if we're installing pipes and those kind of things. So that's what we go through. Next. And to continue, this is all the policies that we have to work with. Again, bald eagle protection, Native American grace protection, and migratory bird. That's one of the things that we usually look at as the migratory bird. On Route 31, we had to wait for bird nesting and birds coming through to work on our projects out there. And then the Safe Drinking Water Act, we have to work with that in the Shiprock Agency. We don't contaminate the water that's there and reservoirs and things like that. So we have to do our checklist and make sure that we have everything in compliance before we do any kind of work out there. Next. These are the regulations. NEPA is Clean Water Act. The 401, 404 lies in there. The RCRA, all the, most of the crews that are out there, the maintenance crews for each agency, they're certified in these areas. They have to attend training on a yearly basis, sometimes on a 6-month intercycle. And then they have to recertify themselves so that they're the first responders for any type of spills or anything like that. So a lot of times you'll hear HAZWOPER, that's the hazardous waste first responders. Those, they have certifications on that as well. So any type of spill or anything that's happening out there, don't know what to do when it comes to that. Next. I'm kind of going through this kind of quickly, so. Permit process. This is a process that we've been going by for several years, as long as I know. And when we're out in the field, the process starts from the BIA, and anywhere there's a pipe crossing or any type of work that is needed to be done, the application and everything else is initiated by BIA. And in turn, we work with the Navajo Nation EPA, since they're the lead agency for certification. And along with the Navajo Nation EPA, we work with the Army Corps of Engineers and to get our jurisdiction and our 401 clearance and any other clearances associated with whatever we're doing. So with those two documents and any additional documents, it comes back to Navajo Nation EPA, and then from there we get the certification, the approved certifications. Then it comes back to us, and then we do the work. And these processes take 6 to 8 months. just for signatures or just for any kind of documents that are flowing through the EPA and the Army Corps. So when chapters come up to us and ask for immediate installation, we still have to go through all this process and get everything approved. And sometimes we do get an after the fact, but we have to let the Navajo Nation EPA know that we're doing after the fact, and we have to submit all the paperwork and everything else with it. So, next slide. So in this permit processing, Navajo Nation EPA, the requirements is a cover letter, the certification, 401 certification application, the NEPA clearances, drainage analysis, cross-section of area, profiles, BMPs, and the drawing maps and configurations, our computations. And when we had the TTP, when we were under the TTP program, we used to have our surveyors go out and do all the survey work for us. And then they'll generate the topo map, and they'll generate the profiles. And that's what the requirements were. And they do all that, and then they turn it back over to the agency or whoever is requesting for it. They'll put that in the package as part of the application. And that application, once it's been acknowledged and submitted, and Navajo Nation EPA is good with all, whatever that's submitted, then it goes over to the Army Corps of Engineers. And this one is located in Durango, Colorado. And they required a cover letter, the 404 Clean Water Act application. And these guys, they want the 401 certification approved first before we can submit the 404 to them. And then the biological and jurisdictional determination and cultural resources, and then, like I said, the approved 401. So once they review all that and compare notes, and then they'll get back with Navajo Nation EPA, and then the whole thing is certified. So like I said, this process takes about 6 to 8 months. And any quick installation of pipes or anything like that, you know, sometimes it gets shelved because something is missing. Maybe a biological report, we're waiting on other people to get that back to us. So it's not really all BIA that goes through this process. We have to go through other departments just to get some of these clearances done. Thanks. So we've been working with Navajo Nation and the Durango office, Army Corps, for I don't know how long. I've been employed with the BIA since 1991, so as I remember back then, that's all we worked with was Navajo Nation and Durango office. So a recent change in May of 2022 last year, Navajo Nation wrote a letter to the Army Corps of Engineers, and they let them know that they wanted to change the certification, the lead certification, and they requested Army Corps of Engineers to be the lead agency for permitting process. So in September 8, 2022, it became effective. Army Corps of Engineers are the lead agency for the 401 and the 404 permits. As I understand it, and as I've been told, this is the process that we'll be going through. If there's any other process that is out there, you know, we can certainly take a look at that also. But this is what I've been told, talking with the Army Corps of Engineers. And this covers all of Navajo Nation, plus Rema and Canancito, and then Tohajili. So, back up one, back.
Sorry.
So, forward one. So now, the process has changed. The BIA region will initiate the application and will request for the application and everything else that's included in there. We're going directly to the Army Corps of Engineers with copies to Navajo Nation EPA. Since the Army Corps is now the lead agency for the 401 to 44 permitting process, we're going to the Army Corps of Engineers. And then after they've reviewed our paperwork and everything else, it comes back to us. So next slide. So in Army Corps' requirements, they require a cover letter stating what we're doing, what we want to do, how many pipes, they want photos with it, and the application, and any NEPA clearances that's needed. Now, they're telling me that they're not engineers, although their name is Army Corps of Engineers, but they said that they're biologists, so they're not really interested in drainage analysis, because they said they don't know what they're going to be looking for. The cross-section of the area and the profile drawings, they really don't need that, and it's just an option to them of what they're looking for. So they said that they want to streamline it and see if they can get the permits back to the requester as soon as they can. So that's their requirements as I've been told. And a copy just goes to Navajo Nation EPA now. So that's streamlining the process with the Army Corps. So when talking with the Army Corps, if we have several pipes that are out there washing out and things like that, we're going to provide a listing of those locations. And then that listing, we're going to furnish to them with the application under one application. So it doesn't need to be separate applications. So that's what we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, you're more than welcome to raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question of Mr. Reed. And committee members that are on the call with us also, just text in your request to speak to Mr. Tahi, and we'll go ahead and let you have the floor if you have any questions. Do you have any questions at this time, gentlemen? Okay. Honorable Chairman Naroso.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, for presentation, and it's one of the issues that we've up and down, and had to visit Office of Navajo Hopi in the relocation program this morning in Flagstaff. I live at that shaka. So earlier you alluded to the Navajo Nation requesting the Bureau of Indian Affairs to allow the Army Corps of Engineers to take the lead on the 401 and the 404 permitting process. Is there any information you have that that was presented beneath, what I'm talking about? Haishanina. So sounds like maybe it was some sort of internal strategy from the Navajo Nation's point. But you alluded to the Army Corps of Engineers. You have botany surveyors and things like this, like archaeologists, things like that. But they're not engineers. They're not drainage, geared into drainage studies and, calculating maybe a 100-year flood or something. What's going to happen to this road if a huge storm comes in or something like that. I think that's what that permitting speaks to. But if you can provide information, I'm sure the nation submitted documents to the Navajo Nation or to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. If you could, when you get back to your office, I don't know, you email it to Rodney. Just looking at Haishanina, in Shinigi, a lot of what happened at the oversight is this to a six-member body. administration will just highlight to those individuals, and at that time, when the permitting was requested to allow Army Corps of Engineers to take the lead, that member body, maybe the 22nd council or the 23rd council or 24th. What I'm getting to is that out of 24 members, 16 or 18 is in the dark, don't know anything about this. So he asked me to shed light to it because for the past 2 terms I served on the Law and Order Committee. So that's new to me, and I would like to see if we could provide that information so that I could start looking at why I should. Maybe the Navajo Nation had a legitimate reason to do this, or maybe, I don't know, maybe there was differences between the Bureau and the Navajo Nation, and usually that's the case. And the nation at times it says, let's just go to the Army Corps of Engineers and have them start this process. So, yes, this to help me understand, that's all. Thank you.
Honorable, so would you like Mr. Reed to respond verbally or through emails?
Through email,
Email or both?
if time permits, I know that.
We'll just go ahead and let you respond and also email your response, sir.
The Navajo Nation, Army Corps of Engineers, they work with the Sacramento office from California, from the Los Angeles office from California, and from the Albuquerque office from New Mexico. And the jurisdictional is from Colorado, Durango. So all these agencies are Army Corps working with Navajo Nation, working with BIA. So to eliminate Sacramento and Los Angeles, they went with Albuquerque. So instead of separating Navajo Nation into 3 parts, now Albuquerque is overseeing the whole Navajo Nation. And we just received a public notice, the one I put up just a while ago. That's the public notice that we got, and it just states that the Navajo Nation wrote a letter to Army Corps of Engineers. And I'm not sure what's in that letter. I'm not sure the reasoning behind it. But it just says Navajo Nation wrote a letter to Army Corps of Engineers, so I'm not sure which department or who, or only know when, which is last year, is when they sent that out.
Thank you. Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, are there any other questions or comments? I hear none. You may proceed, Mr. Reed.
Next slide. So one of the examples that I have is for maintenance activities on a stretch of road. As an example, we have a 2-mile earth roadway, 24 feet wide, and tractors or somebody is requesting for gravel. So in order for this to be maintenance activity, because we're all looking at the maintenance side of since BI has the maintenance program, the gravel cannot be placed the entire 2 mile at the 24-foot wide width. That, if the gravel is placed the entire 2 mile, that constitutes as an improvement project. And that constitutes as a project as opposed to a maintenance activity. So the other thing is that in order to be a maintenance activity, the gravel can be placed at several locations and spots at the full width. And then if we place like a mile, half of it, that still constitutes as a maintenance project. So a lot of the chapters been asking for gravel all the way on the earth routes. And we let them know that we can only do spots, or we can only do portion of it to be a maintenance activity for BIA. If it's more than that, then it's turned over to NDOT. And that email goes to Mr. Silversmith. So we try to make it a maintenance activity to where there's only spots of gravel out there. And the thickness of the gravel cannot be more than 2 inches. Asphalt is the same as well. If it's more than 2 inches, then it becomes a project and it's no longer a maintenance activity. So these are the limitations that we have as far as maintenance is concerned. And with that also, if it's more than 2 inches, you'll be wasting gravel. A lot of the chapters are asking for 3 to 4 inches. Once you put the gravel down, it's good for at least about a week or 2. After that, you're going to start seeing rutting. You're going to start seeing washboards. And then somebody comes along and they're going to shave that gravel off the roadway, most of it. And it's going to be all on the side again. So 2 inches, about the max that is probably best to mix with the natural ground that's out there. So you won't have a whole lot of loss in that area. The other example that I have is a culvert. Examples that we have a 24-inch by 40 feet long aluminum culvert. There's 2 scenarios with that. One is that it doesn't need a permit requirement. If we replace that culvert at the same size and the same length and the same elevation, then we don't need a permit. So we checked with Army Corps, we checked with Navajo Nation, and that's basically the requirement of a no permit. So the other scenario is if a permit is going to be required, is that if we extend the pipe or make it larger, or if we dig deeper, or if we skew the pipe even more according to what the flow is, then we're going to be dredging more material and more backfill, that kind of thing. So there's a lot more involved with that, and that will require a permit. Now, we have a lot of those out in the chapters, and just recently, most chapters have been calling about pipes, culverts, washing out, dips, those kind of things. So in talking with the Army Corps of Engineers, they're letting us know that we can list these locations and submit that for permitting. So since there's no more jurisdictional applications, then everything falls on the Army Corps of Engineers in Albuquerque. So they're streamlined everything else, and we haven't gotten a lot of requests in yet, but I wanted to make sure to talk with Army Corps, and that is their process. So like you said, Honorable Delegate, there might be other processes out there, but for now, this is what we've been informed of, so this is what we're going by.
What about,
Honorable Otto So, you have the floor.
what about the top Oshogo? You know that, you know, if there's a culvert that is going to be, not going to be replaced, I mean, it's going to be replaced, but with the same size, the same length. But in this case, the top Oshogo, Tohigi Yago is Rasha. And then does that trigger your 401 additional, because some sort of clearance is happening, you know, you have to get bedding from somewhere to backfill. And then those are just some of the things. And what I'm getting to is that a lot of it is that the technical side, the one-on-one communication with the chapter. I always say this to my colleagues, when we get to chapter meetings, we're the teacher, we're the lawyer, we're the therapist, we're the marriage counselor, and whatever. All the problems in the community are in each end. And a lot of the technical aspects, the chapter doesn't even know. Like, for instance, communicating to the city, the O&M of the road is taken care of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But they intend to call Mr. Silversmith. I usually call Mr. Silversmith and tell him, can you kindly call over to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, just like COVID. When COVID was about, around and about, you looked at the agency call numbers on the internet. They had cellular or some numbers. It wasn't the 283 numbers. And those numbers were updated until not too long ago. But what I'm getting to is that I would call, or we would call Mr. Silversmith and kindly tell Mr. Silversmith, can you get a hold of me at the Bureau of Indian Affairs? So that speaks to, a lot of the O&M. One example, there was a culvert into the city on Old Airport Road that there was drainage, there was a rainstorm, and culvert caught over or there was like I guess there's a hole on top of the culvert caught there. So some community people tried to, put a get notice there to alert drivers so that they won't fall in. And there was information. This is after hours, and chapters had to go out there and put out their barriers and whatever they had to do until I think it was like a Friday night. And I think it was Monday, and that Bureau of Indian Affairs came in to, I'm not too sure if they addressed it, if it was replaced, but I haven't heard anything else on it. But that's what I'm getting to, is that a lot of the communication indirectly with the chapters is very, very important. And I really stress that on the administration. I always tell the administration that we as delegates shouldn't be interfering with the chapter's activities, because when you look at the policy, the chapter is its own autonomy. We don't really have authority there. Only it was just there to make a report. But the chapter officials, they are the they're looking at some sort of guidance. There's it's like a whole structure of government again. And ADE, I think a lot of this should be informed at the local level, whether it's from the NDOT or the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But bottom line, Bureau of Indian Affairs, you're still a trustee. I think you still have that trust responsibility. Navajo Nation got to be our agent. Hey, what's going on? We continue to put pressure or tension on the string. It's going to break. You know what's going on here. So just to have that technical communication with the chapter level, because chapters in that aren't. There's some that are certified, and there's some that are non-certified. And then there's the hybrid chapters, such as the alternative form of government. And I always tell my chapters, I shouldn't be telling the Bureau of Indian Affairs or the tribal programs to go and visit my chapter and update them with the alternative form of government. They should be coming to you. They should be saying to the city, what is your need? I believe, let's give an example, they're a commissioned government, alternative form of government. The nation and the Bureau of Indian Affairs should be over there willingly to say, what is your need? of the status. If it's a non-certified chapter A, the Navajo Nation is still holding their hand. They're not walking them through. So they're trying to get into that status so that they can self-govern themselves at that level. So this is a lot of communication at the local level that is really needed. That way they have a better understanding. And I always tell my chapter, I shouldn't be there dragging these programs, whether it's Department of Justice or, Navajo Nation. They should be coming here willingly, because it's a road that's impacted, whether it's a road that's pothole alley to the sea. People will tend to look away when they see pothole alley, but who's really responsible for those? So it is a little about now, because they ask me questions, and I tell them that I'm not the engineer. I can bring them to the table for you, but these guys are supposed to be coming to you willingly. It's their job to maintain or upgrade these roads, because whether it's a culvert that's now they should already be sent on over there and taking pictures and trying to look at the O&M portion. What's this kid?
Mr. Reed, you may respond. I'm okay with that. We're okay with that. We like that. Thank you.
Okay. I'll respond in two parts. First part, we have all these pipes, a lot of them, the bedding is the first one that goes. So anytime you see a culvert on one side, you'll see everything's okay. But on the other side, you'll see cutting back, and then you'll see undermining. That's just because the water is going over. And when the pipe is designed for a drainage analysis of how much water is coming through there, the only thing that we fail to do is account for the debris, which is branches, rocks, silt, that plug up the pipe. Once it's plugged up, then it goes over. And that's where all that undermining and cutting back happens. So in those instances, if the whole thing, that whole pipe is gone, then we refer, before it was Navajo Nation, now we're referring everything to Army Corps and let them know, hey, this is what happened, here are the photos, this is the location. We want to put larger pipes in here, or if we want to put same size pipe in here for crossing. It's an emergency. How do you want to do a permitting, or do you want to do after the fact? And they'll give us that answer of how to go about it. Mostly in these emergency situations, it's after the fact. We'll provide all the documentations to it. Now, we, in BIA, because there was a lot of paperwork going back and forth and miscommunication, we got together and we made one POC, which is George Padilla. She's a scientist at the Navajo region. All our permits, everything will funnel through her, and she'll sign off on the document. Then it goes out. All the responses coming back will go through her, and then it'll come back to us. So that way, she keeps track, and then we keep track of responses and everything else like that. So it's not rampant. So with that.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. BIA, thank you for being here. We appreciate your presence here today, providing information on what you all do to help Navajo. We appreciate NDOT as well. It is through respect that we understand each other's work This is how work gets done on Navajo. Understanding what BIA does, what NDOT does, what we do as leaders, as well as the local level. I always say, somewhere on the Navajo Nation, an improvement gets done, and it gets done this way, working together. You know, we're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for our people to have better road conditions and other projects throughout the Navajo Nation. So I'd like to go to the floor to our Honorable Sean Claw. You have the floor. The gentlewoman from Chinle.
Yeah, it's Shana. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Shana, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay, I just have Nana. Otto, in regards to the question regarding the culverts, I just wanted to know if there are any plans to pick up some of those culverts that are turning into debris along the wash. I know in Chinle, around 8095, we have a bridge washout and there are several culverts that are dotted along the wash. So I wanted to find out if there were any plans to reclaim those culverts or if they can be disposed of. And I'll turn it back over to you, Pro Tem Chair Shana.
Mr. Reed, your response, sir?
Okay, last portion of your question, I'll answer that and then I'll answer hers. In BIA, we do an annual work plan that describes everything that we do in our BIA maintenance activity. That goes through the Navajo region and those get approved. And that work plan, annual work plan, comes out a schedule. And the schedule comes out every month before the 5th. This maintenance schedule is done by the agency road engineers. They share that with the chapters, and then the chapters can respond accordingly, and they'll know where the crews are at. If there are any emergencies or anything that happens besides the schedule, they'll get off of it, complete that work, and get back on. So being transparent that way, the chapters will know where BIA is at. And today, I have Mr. Lorenzo Dugay, he's the acting Chinle Agency Road Engineer. We have Norton Emerson, he's the acting Agency Road Engineer for Eastern Agency. We have Clarence Sosi for 45th Agency, and then we have Henry Beguet for Western Agency. If you guys have any specific question to any route location, that's why they're here, and they can address your question. Now, to the ladies, the delegates' question. Pipes that are normally taken out and then replaced with other pipes that are scattered along the roadway. We have to dispose of those culverts. Whatever it is that we dispose of, sometimes we put it on the roadway. Now, we can't just take it to anywhere. We can't give it to chapters. We can't give it to individuals. We have to take it to a salvage yard. That salvage yard has schedules. We can turn in certain pipes, amount of steel into those salvaging yards. So anytime we contact them and they let us know to haul in our pipes or whatever it is, it might be rebar or it might be remnants of a cattle guard, that's when we dispose of it that way. So along 8095, that's the Green River, I believe they're called. So there's pipes that always wash out there every year. We put in larger and larger pipes, but more and more water keeps coming through, so it gets washed down the wash. Sometimes they're stuck in the wash itself, and then sometimes they're up on the banks. Now, to retrieve those and then to dig them out, again, they require permitting. So we had to get permits for those. Now, if they're located on the side where the workers put them on the side, then they'll be awaiting salvageable yard. So that's how we handle those.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Honorable Chairman So, do you have a follow-up question? Honorable Shauna Call, do you have a follow-up question? Honorable Claw?
No, Shana, no follow-up question. Thank you.
Mr. Reed, you may proceed.
I believe this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
هذا نك أشياء كيقول هذا نك أشياء فريد لأن
Check the house. I go to check the house. Water, Leniki, I do all of it in Navajo.
Good.
The hydraulic jump, the inlet control, the outlet control. I do all that in Navajo for the elders so they can understand.
A kushbait, all culvert, Jersey, the neck at you. Okay. I got Tobin Conlens at a smooth side that I was that I will issue on you. The woods. Mr. Silversmith?
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So that's the first half hour of Bureau of Indian Affairs interpretation of what they have to go through as far as setting up the project as it progresses to either maintenance side, well, for VIA to maintenance side. And now on the Navajo Division of Transportation side, the next 4 slides is what it resembles very much, if not the same, what we have to go through for new construction projects. The tribal priority allocation that funds the BIA, and so we heard from them that they receive approximately $8 million a year, and that $8 million of funds goes for all maintenance purposes and other things associated with what they're doing. So in that regard, there are restrictions as far as that's federal funding, we know that, and so it impacts differently from from the Navajo DOT side. We have funds from 3 different sources. We have funds from the federal side, and we have funds from general funds, internal Navajo Nation general funds. We have funds, the third one is the fuel excise tax road funds. And those are the 3 funding sources that we have. And then there's others that are associated with that. But on the general side, general fund side and the road funds is different from getting our clearances from the appropriate agencies, environmental clearances or Clean Water Act. So a lot of these next few slides resemble what we heard from the VIA. But this is our angle from where we approach a project. As we heard from Mr. Reed, the National Environmental Policy Act was created and established back in 1969, and it's a national charter for everyone. So everyone from the county to the federal side, if they want to do a project that affects federal land and the money is derived from the federal funding sources, this is what they have to go through as well. And the main intent, the focus of the federal agency is to consider the impacts of how it's going to affect us environmentally as far as our land and how it impacts human life as well too. The next 3 slides, we're going to have coverage, and we're going to have explanation from Mr. Bradley and Mr. Jonah McGay, so you can go to the next slide. And this is where Mr. Bradley will step in, he'll take over and cover these next 3 slides along with Jonah.
Thank you, Garrett. As I was talking about earlier regarding the federal funds that we receive, any dollar that's used on any project automatically triggers NEPA, all of the requirements that we have to satisfy as far as using that funding source. Sometimes we try to do our best to keep the funds separate. Tribal funds, general funds, we still have to do cultural resources, we still have to do a biological. But most cases, sometimes we do an environmental assessment, but
you know, it's not as stringent as say, using these federal funds to build these big projects that we're currently doing on Navajo. As you know, as you can see here, this is just a list of all of the various requirements, regulations, laws that we have to abide by. And it's pretty comprehensive. And, you know, whether it's cultural resources, you know, our federal funds, because we have a program agreement with Federal Highway is the lead agency when it comes to Section 106 consultation with the Navajo Nation. So when we have our consultants work on, either consultants or our in-house staff, and they do the cultural resource surveys, they develop the reports. If there's federal funds involved, we typically work with Federal Highway, and then they submit the cultural resources report to the Navajo Nation Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. And that begins that, you know, kind of government-to-government consultation on cultural resources. We also do a number of biological resource surveys and reports. Some of those reports, you know, endangered species, plants, you know, depending on the nature of the project and the impact, and also the environment, you know, as you heard Alfred mention earlier about the migratory birds, you know, nesting, all of those things are considered when you conduct those surveys, when those mitigation requirements are included in the biological resources compliance. You know, we have to abide by all of that. And the challenge, of course, with us is that, you know, when it finally gets to construction, you know, those requirements all have to be part of the contract package, because the contractor also has to abide by all of those requirements. You know, when you get into nesting or any kind of sensitive time periods throughout the year, you know, that can wreak havoc on your construction schedule. You know, you're not allowed to do any construction during this time frame, you know, in certain areas. So, but we put it there because the contractor needs to take into account all of those types of requirements, because, you know, we're paying him to build a job. We're saying, here's what you have to comply with. So, you know, it's up to them to figure out how they plan for it in their construction schedule. With cultural resources, you know, a lot of it is really, what I'm finding out is a lot of our roadways, you know, as I think as mentioned earlier, began as trails that became wagon trails, that started to get bladed back in the 40s and 50s, and then it just kept evolving. Even prior to 1969, you know, in NEPA, you know, there were a lot of roads that were paved back in the day, and now fast forward 50 plus years later, we're going back to a lot of those roads and reconstructing, doing full reconstruct, widening them out, raising the profile, addressing drainage, etc. But what we're finding out is some of these roads were built right through cultural resource areas. And now, because of these regulations, these laws, we're having to plan accordingly. And unfortunately, what that means is we get into a lot more studies, a lot more surveys, testing, and data recovery. And all of that costs money, and it also impacts, you know, our time frame as far as getting projects ready for construction. But this is just a number of, you know, requirements that we have to follow. And, you know, all of these items are addressed in our environmental document, whether it's an environmental assessment report that we submit to the BIA for review in a FONSI, or whether it's an environmental determination report that we submit to Federal Highway as part of their NEPA compliance in spending the federal funds. Next slide. You know, as part of NEPA, you know, as I said earlier, you know, the commitments, what we try to do is we try to avoid any of these impacts, these sensitive locations.
but sometimes we're not able to do that. So if we have to go through a site or we have to build in those areas, then, you know, we have to minimize and mitigate against those impacts. You know, we coordinate a lot with the various regulatory agencies, you know, Historic Preservation Department, Fish and Wildlife, Environmental Protection Agency, you know, U.S. Army Corps. You know, there's a number of regulatory agencies that we work with, even the BIA. And, you know, all of that information is, of course, memorialized in our reports that documents, you know, outcomes, mitigation plans, you know, and ultimately our designers incorporate what they can into the final design, and then if it goes out to construction, then the contractor is responsible for those, you know, adhering to those, whether it be fencing, cultural resource sites, or, you know, contacting our archaeologists to be out on site during construction for monitoring. Next slide. You know, some of the challenges I think that we all experience with a number of the regulatory agencies here on Navajo is just, you know, a shortage of staff. Historic Preservation Department, I know that they're actively trying to fill senior archaeologist positions, you know, and the shortage of staff really impacts, you know, the ability to quickly review and turn around reports. And also, you know, on the Navajo Nation, on the Navajo DOT side, you know, we outsource a lot of our cultural resources and environmental as well. And, you know, there's a cost associated with that, but, you know, they have the technical staff and the resources to immediately put whatever resources are needed to get a survey complete, a report written, and you know, in order to get these projects moving. Just a little bit, you know, I mentioned earlier, the one thing that we're getting into more and more are these, what they call phase 1 testing and phase 2 data recovery. We've had a number of projects that are currently being held up until we get through this phase before we're able to advertise those projects for construction. And sometimes it's really hard to determine a timeline on how quickly we can get through that. Phase 1 testing is kind of the first stage, and a lot of these requests are in the compliance form. You know, we've already done a cultural survey, we've already written a report, and then when the cultural compliance comes back, they say, okay, these sites, you know, you need to test possible data recovery. And so right now we're going through that on N15. You know, everybody keeps asking us, when do you guys can go to construction? But until we can complete the phase 1 testing, we've already found out that 3 of the sites have human remains. So all they did was they covered it up and said, you know, we'll wait till we get to phase 2 data recovery. So that's going to be another step that we're going to have to go through in order to clear, you know, those sites. Part of it may be removing and reburying, you know, outside of the construction zone. But this costs time and it costs money to do that. But, you know, in 15, we're not going to shift the alignment to avoid it. So we're going to have to address this before we proceed with construction. We don't want to bring a contractor on board right now because, you know, contractor time is money. You know, if we don't take care of this now, it could cost us a lot of money if we have a contractor on board, you know, ready to go. This little photo here is a site up in Denahoto. You can see that's underneath the road. And, you know, this is actually phase 2 data recovery. You know, they excavate out what's down there. They collect a number of samples. They test it. You know, you know, that information is all put into a report. But, you know, this is just a small site. You can get into some areas where they've got much bigger sites. But I just wanted to share that with you. And I think with that, I'll turn it over to Jonah. I think you wanted to talk, Mr. Bradley. Before you move forward, sir, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, do you have any comments or questions? If not, I'll go ahead and ask my question. Under these challenges that's up here on the screen, the lack of staff on the Navajo Nation side, and you had mentioned the cultural resources part, is that the only part? Is there other departments that lack staff?
You know, I know that we've had some challenges initially with Fish and Wildlife on the biological side, but lately we've noticed over the last several months that they've been very responsive in turning around their reports and their compliances. So I don't know if that means they've gotten more staff, but I know that a year ago, I know that they had informed us that, you know, they had shortage of staff, and it was challenging for them to get to these cultural or biological resource reports. So EPA, you know, I know that takes some time as well. I don't know how they're staffed up over there, but I know that, you know, as you heard Alfred, 6 to 8 months to get both the 401 and 404 permit. You know, those, you know, does that mean the long review times are results of lack of staff? It's hard to say. But I do know that Historic Preservation is actively looking for additional ARC staff. And we are talking with them about possibly assisting from the standpoint of maybe staffing a person in their office. You know, of course, we would be paying for that to, you know, to have them review our documents as they come into the door and hopefully get quicker turnarounds on cultural resources reports. But we're still talking and discussing with HPD on that particular matter.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bradley. So you've heard now both sides, Navajo Division of Transportation Bureau of Indian Affairs on the Clean Water Act and environmental clearances. So, do you have a question or a response?
I just a comment. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable delegates, appreciate the invitation to provide some good information on BIA, and certainly working closely with the NDOT, we appreciate that partnership too. I think one thing that the committee can keep in mind is that a lot of this work is related to the land status, and we'll give a lot more information on it tomorrow. But, sir, if you want, if I can make a couple comments on the slide.
Mr. Sosi, I didn't know it was you. I thought you were a baseball player from somewhere. Could we have you, for the record, introduce yourself?
Certainly, sir. I apologize. I'm Lester Sosi. I'm the superintendent for Bureau of Indian Affairs Eastern Navajo Agency.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I was just going to mention a couple of things. A lot of this work that we do together is really, it comes back down to the land status. If you look at the regulations that align it to the land status, you'll note that, for example, I think we're talking about TAA pretty soon, or maybe it's going to cover the tribal access authorization provisions, which is 25 CFR 169.4B. In there, it does allow a tribal sanctioned entity basically working with central government to issue their own tribal easement. So under those conditions, the environmental clearance would then be worked through by the tribal entity. So BIA would not necessarily be involved. So there are, I think, clarification that we need to provide as we talk about these different topics. So I just wanted to mention that, which also relates to the Fish and Wildlife versus BIA dual process that's put on here. Again, if it's on allotted lands, or maybe on allotted lands or government administered lands, and then tribal trust land where the tribal entity is not involved, then certainly the full blown that we would work on from the BIA side. But we still work closely with NDOT on a lot of these. So there's a lot of nuance and different regulations that we need to keep in mind. The last part I want to add information on is, from the BIA, we do have 638 contracts on cultural and biological. And it is true, about 6 months ago, during the pandemic, there was some backlogs of fish and wildlife. But we always try to continue to assess through the contracts that we have with the Navajo Nation on addressing capacity and other related issues. So I think, from what I understand, at this point, there's really no backlog at Fish and Wildlife, for example. And I know that in historical and cultural side, we do have, we provide significant support to that Navajo Nation's HPD. So I just wanted to share that with the committee for that information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. It's been quite a while since I last seen you, so if you had anything, Mr. Silversmith, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, before we move to the next section, I wanted to quickly point out one item here, is the last one, phase 1 and phase 2, which Mr. Bradley had shared with everyone here. So the phase 1 and phase 2 comprises of what we see here on the slide here, this picture, this finding here that was left years ago, centuries ago. And this is what is, I wouldn't say holding up, but it's holding up key projects that we have, Delegate Nez and Delegate Simpson. 8031 from Pinion to Hard Rock, a $40 million project, and there's several of these that are, we haven't discovered them, but there's indications that something like this exists along that corridor, along that 10, 11, 12 mile corridor. So previously, we heard from the delegate, I'm sorry, this escapes my mind, the delegate from, no, the previous one before him. Yellow Hair. Okay, he successfully secured, I believe it was $19.5 million a few years ago, thinking that this project will go into immediate construction. However, these are potentially there on that roadway alignment between Hard Rock and Pinion. So there's several of these, and just this one alone, which was discovered in Denahoso, it took months and months to clear. And you can see how you know, they're very tedious in their work, the archaeologists and so forth. I would say 1 square foot of that probably takes 2 days just to clear as they go down and down, dig deeper, deeper, and they do that, and they expand it until they find everything, until eventually it's cleared. So this one finding took probably several months to clear, if not longer. And so if you can imagine that, 5 of these, 6 of these, 7 of these, that's what was potentially there on 8031. And that's one of the main reasons why we haven't begun that project yet, is because these have to be preserved, protected, and so forth. And we hear from Delegate also, Mitch James, why haven't we started the cornfields to Burnside project, and which is $20+ million. Again, these were potentially found, there's some indications that something like this exists in the roadway corridor. So we can't proceed until these are preserved and protected in some fashion. And so that's one of the main reasons why we can't go forward with these projects. So in the meantime, we have just these 2 projects alone. We have $60 million that's in our bank accounts, idling there until these are protected and preserved in some fashion before we build our road upon them. And as you heard from Mr. Bradley, we could go around them, but that's going to impact what's on one side of the road. 8031 or N15 is a good example. There's a main, we all know that the main paved highway from there all the way to Greasewood, that's probably a 21-mile corridor. So if a portion of that is realigned, then you're going to go into some residences, grazing area, and that's going to, you know, need to impact everything there. So I just wanted to quickly point that out as far as what we're going through on those 2 particular projects.
Thank you for sharing that very important information with us. I was thinking about that, but I do have a question. When you come upon this, who does the excavation?
Bradley, we contracted out, Mr. Brad, so we contract this out, and we contract this out to either Wilson and Company or Dibble Engineering, and so they're not specialized in this line of work, so they subcontract it out to another entity that specializes in this work. Who is this one for, this particular one? Then I hope so, Daryl. Who was the one that contracted, who uncovered this one? Logan Simpson, a subcontractor of Dibble Engineering. Logan Simpson did it.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, any comments or questions? None? Mr. Silversmith, you may proceed.
Okay, next slide, please. So now we're going to go into continue. Okay, here. Now, for the next hour or so, 45 minutes or an hour, this is all entirely Bureau of Indian Affairs, so they're going to explain the Indian Affairs Manual 82, IAM 82. So that should take us up to the next 45 minutes, which will take us probably to about 3:15, 3:20, and then from there, we'll move into the next section. So, Mr. Reed.
All right, everything in Navajo? Are you okay with it, Mr. Sturwell? This is the IAM 82, as I described this morning. It's the Indian Affairs Manual, 1982, and the handbook. And we work with this extensively. Everything that we do are in these manuals. Everything that we permit with is in these manuals, the environmentals. Anything that the crew does out there in the field is contained within these manuals and handbook. Next slide. And this is what it looks like. If you need a copy of it, you can get online, get a copy of it. The handbook is about 18 pages. The manual is about 280 pages. The handbook will give you all the policy, regulations, and so forth. The manual will give you policies, regulations, missions, and then it will go into how we go about our business utilizing this manual. The purpose. This document describes the methodology and basic guidelines for the Bureau of Indian Affairs Road Maintenance Program. The mission statement. You guys seen this mission statement on our return letters. You've seen it in our presentations, and you've seen it in our reports. The mission of the Bureau of Indian Affairs is to enhance the quality of life, promote economic opportunity, carry out responsibilities to protect and improve the trust assets of the American Indian tribes, and Alaskan natives. The BIA will accomplish this through the delivery of quality service, maintaining government-to-government relationships within the spirit of Indian self-determination. So within that spirit, this is how we utilize these manual and the handbook. Next. This is what is described in the handbook. There's an introduction, definitions, and then the budget. This is what I talked about a while ago, is the budget, the annual work plan, the drainages you guys are asking about, it's all spelled out in there. The environmental compliances, that's what we covered a while ago. The erosion control, that's contained within the environmental compliance. Homeland security training, maintenance management, Snow and ice control, which we work with a lot during the winter months, reports, emergency relief, and equipment management guidelines. So all this that we work with is to enhance the quality of life as stated in our mission. So this is what we go by, and this is what spells out how we go about handling these things out in the field and in the office. And then with a setting like this, to explain to individuals and everybody else out there, chapters, let them know how we go about business utilizing this handbook. These are the activities that we perform out in the field. Surface inspection. One of the biggest ones is the grading and reshaping that deals with earth routes. Crack sealing, we do that during the spring or the fall. Shoulder maintenance. As you can see through there, those are the codes and activity description that we work with. And it just contains about every little thing that in the maintenance program. The only one that I left out is activity code 98. It didn't fit on the paper there, so that's 98 furlough. We haven't done furlough in a while, but it surely can come up. We do some striping. We do sign maintenance, disaster response, snow and ice, winter preparation, sidewall repairs if we have any. Bridge, the substructure, sometimes we work on it, which is the bottom of the bridges. We do gabion, basket, maintenance activity underneath the bridge. That's the substructure. And then up on top is the deck. And sometimes we do some crack sealing, striping on top of the bridge deck. So, but the structures are there. We usually either contract them out or get with NDOT, and then they can improve whatever is out there. Other than that, we just do the maintenance portion of it. Next. So this is one of the activity sheet that is an example. They look like this. And next. So looking at it close for earth route. It gives you a description of how you're supposed to be working the earth route. You're supposed to scarify, shape, travel way, working the loose surface, material across the road, rolling, compacting, and rework surface materials provided smooth, well-drained surface and clean ditches and culverts. Purpose of this is to recondition the roadway to loosen up the existing roadway surface in order to rework and make it compact, smooth, and well-drained surface. So, next. And here are the procedures. You're supposed to have work signs up there for employees and people that are traveling through. And that way they see us if we're on the side of the road or on the roadway. And then we scarify 4 inches up on the surface. And then we start cleaning. And then we start reshaping and work the roadway. As we say, you're supposed to have a crown in these earth routes so that the water can drain. Sometimes they call them cross slopes. And then we try to get a ditch line, and then we establish the ditch and the back slopes. And that's all incorporated in this procedure here. These are done in on a quarterly basis, but I'll show you here in a couple more slides what the priorities are. And this is what we follow in the manual, and this is what's really translated back to the employees who are the operators. Next. And acceptance, as I said, it will have a crown. It says 1.5 to 1 inch per foot, which is 2% from the center line to the shoulder. That way the roadway can drain if there's any water or ice or snow that's on the ground. Next. And this is the policy. This is the other statement that are usually in our correspondences. And this is the statement that we use for our maintenance program, is to preserve, repair, and restore BIA system of roadways. So that's maintenance. And I'm pretty surprised, myself and Mr. Dugai, we've been to Pacific region for a couple of years. And we came back and the chapters, I'm pretty surprised that the chapters still do not know that BIA is responsible for maintenance and NDOT is responsible for improvements. Just recently, I went to, where was it over here? Hawk somewhere? Not at the chapter. The chapter folks there were saying that we don't know why BIA is not improving this road. They're not putting asphalt down, they're not graveling, and I just have to let them know that we don't do improvements, we only do maintenance. Over in San Juan chapter, or Mesa, Red Mesa chapter, they were thinking the same thing. They were telling us to rehab Route 35 and to do some improvements. And I let them know we don't do improvements, we only do maintenance. So it seems that a lot of chapters, they still don't know the distinction between TTP and TPA and what we do out there. So I try to educate them and let them know that BIA is a maintenance program and NDOT is project-oriented and monitoring. So after our discussions, our meetings, then they tend to have an understanding of who does what. And that brings down the calls also, saying that who do we need to call for road improvements, or who do we need to call for pothole patching, those kind of things. So if they have a better understanding, then they'll know who to reach out to. So under 1.4 authority, these are the statutes that we work with, and these are the regulations that we work with. In years past, we used to work with 25 CFR Part 170 Subpart J, which is construction. And now we work with Subpart G, which is maintenance. So that's all we work with now is maintenance. We used to be contracting officer representatives. We used to be warden officials, now technical representatives. But all that we don't do anymore. We just do maintenance. Thanks. So, this is one of the biggest things. When we do have meetings with chapters, this is our planning and schedule. This is out of the IEM 82 manual. Under priorities, first one is emergency maintenance. So when we get calls of a washout or there's snow on the roadways, that's what we respond to first. Whatever that we're doing on our schedules, we drop that and we respond to the emergency maintenance. We've done that several times. We're still doing it now because of the winter weather, snow melting, and we're still responding to it. There's a lot of pipes that are washed out, a lot of roadways that are washed out, so we're still responding to those. Any safety hazards, which are guardrails, sometimes we don't get to it as soon as we could, but or as soon as we can, but we do respond to safety hazards, which are cattle guards and anything that's growing out of cattle guards and wing walls that are broken or a fence, those kind of things. Our third priority is design paved roads, transportation facilities, and bridges. So that's where a lot of the chapters, they want to put number 6 earth roads into one. And then they want to put number 5 down into number 7 or 8. They want us to respond to earth routes all the time. Because that there's rutting, because that there's sand, because that there's washboards, and every time we reblade, earlier, they're talking about Route 12. Before, it was alligator cracked, and it was a messy road, but now it's nice and paved. When it's nice and paved, that's when traffic speeds up. Same thing with earth routes. If you blade the earth routes, it might have gone from 15 miles per hour to about 40, 35, somewhere around there. And once they speed up, it's not like a paved roadway. Once those tires start bouncing, then you start seeing the bumps in there. So it doesn't last that long. If we blade a roadway, the next day it'll be the same thing, and people will be calling again. Nobody's been out here in Cajos, nada. We are out there, we are blading ourselves and NDOT, but it's just the drivers themselves, the behavior of the drivers that cause that roadway to go back the way it was. But then again, we do need to travel those roadways for common use or emergency, whatever services there is, or just drive on it. So the LFS, the level of service of those dirt roads, cannot be higher than a 4, which is poor. So, all those dirt that are out there, even though you grade it, then people get stuck in there. It has to be plated or it has to be done with, some other way. But in the meantime, for BIE, we're just trying to maintain it. We just try to grade it, whatever that's there. So transit facilities, we don't have those. Design gravel roads, we just have a few of design gravel roads. One of them is close to that 8008 bridge in Rock Point. That's a design. The other ones, 8065, right now we're having meetings on it to place gravel on there. That's not a design gravel road, that's just spot loading. So there's two different things on that. Then comes the earth roads. So the earth roads is number 6. So how we look at it is that either ourselves, BIA, or either NDOT, they invested millions of dollars into a paved roadway. And if we keep responding just to the earth roads, those paved roads are going to deteriorate. Asphalt, the average life is 6 years. After that, you want to chip seal it or do a cake seal on it to get the moisture out, and then maybe 1 or 2 more years to add on to it. Then after that, you might want to do a chip seal again to preserve that pavement. After that, you probably have to do a rehab. A lot of these roads, like Route 13, Route 15, all those roads, they've gone beyond their life. That's why they're falling apart. That's why all these potholes, all that moisture is getting into the asphalt, getting into the base and subbase. That's where all that water sits. And that's why every time we pothole patch, even though there's a hole that's patched, right in front of it, you'll see another hole. Every time it happens, what's happening is that the old road that's around there, the old materials, if you put new materials on it, it'll suck it in. It'll stretch it out and create that pothole again, right in the front of it. You'll see it on here. They pothole patched us. And about a week, right in front of it, you'll see those holes. That's what's going on. It needs rehab if it's coming to that. So there's a lot of ways to treat it, a lot of ways to look at it. So when we use UPM, it's a cold mix material, it's not a hot mix. It comes in form of bags, so we put in the pothole. We put it in there, it's really fine stuff. People travel through it. It just depends on the tire itself. If it's really knobby, it'll grab, take it out. If it's smooth, then most of the fine stuff will still stay there. If it rains or if it snows, ice, it'll just suck it up. How fast that vehicle is going, it's really sucking up the roadway every time it hits the roadway. We call it a point load. So when that vehicle, that tire travels on the roadway, every time it does, it sucks up everything. That's why when you drive, when you look backwards, there's dust and everything. That's what's sucking it up. So that's what's going on there. So going into number 7 says all other earth roads. That's the question that you guys had this morning. Those are the primitive roads or any other gravel roads or places like that. And then the cost of this work shall be reimbursed to the BI Transportation Facility Maintenance Program performing the work. We don't do that. We just either partner or do agreements with county, state, whoever it is. That way the funding don't go transfer, go back and forth. So that's how we handle those. Next. There's a couple of things here. A lot of people ask, under 2.1, transportation and transit facility eligible for maintenance. Private roads. A lot of chapters, community members, when there's rain, when there's snow, they call around. My house, the road to my house is really bad. In that, we cannot do that. It's ineligible for maintenance under this program, it says. But there's a one-time courtesy that's spelled out in there. Now, for emergencies, one time. If I blade to your house, you're living next door, we always get this. Why did you blade for him? Why those two cannot? It just goes on and on and on. We don't do that. We don't blade to private residences. It's better to stay away from that than to get to a big ball of mess. And we don't know what's out there. All we know is what's on the maintenance road that we blade. If we go off, we don't know what we're going to be unearthing. There's water lines, utility lines, all that stuff we don't even know about. They're not delineated. They're not regulated to delineate private roads. So just a while ago, on Route 5054, one of the crew members blading the roadway. Right there's an internet line, just 6 inches below the roadway. So now they're responding to that. So things like that we come across, and that's why we don't do that. We just stay on the roadway. Under 3.4, separation of maintenance and betterment construction funds. Program, design, and construct betterment construction projects with road construction funds only. That means TTP, which is the responsibility of NDOT. The maintenance funds should be used to preserve a road in its original condition to eliminate safety hazards, which may include placing a culvert, graveling, and a passable wet area, or removing earth or rock slides. So graveling and an impassable wet area. That's the spot graveling that I was talking about earlier. I gave you that example also. And then the transit and transportation facility safety, removal of traffic obstructions. That's one of the biggest things to the Neven Bandahaching. You know, when you're driving on the roadway, you'll see a burrito, spam burrito, we call it, and then there's rocks and all kinds of stuff. Then you'll go down the roadway again, then you'll see a barrel, concrete with the, whatever that's in there, that's their message board. You'll see bingo signs, you'll see all kinds of signs. If it's not regulated, it's not, if it doesn't meet MUTCD, Manual Unified Traffic Control Devices, we take those off. Then we dispose of them. So they did what they call. And I don't know if you guys get calls on that, but this is my property. You're destroying my property. I don't know. They run up to our operators. But under this, we're allowed to get rid of them if it doesn't meet MUTC standards. So and there's a lot of them out there. And then people, they just leave the rocks or whatever that's there, and then they'll just go off. So and I think that's the end of my slide.
Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, any comments or questions? About the private roads, we recently had a road about a quarter mile away from where I live, a chip seal road, and this happened before the election. And they started saying, Rick Nez, Hatkin Badia, so I understand, you know, people wanting roads. You know, so the coalition have tractor, so Honorable Chairman, also.
I think that you're alluding to the manual there and describing the basically what's in your in your, I guess, your field, that you're responsible for. I think that the manual's there, and I think that the direct consultation with informing chapters, that way they know. But you have to understand the chapters. Now we see you're going to have a whole new group of people in there again at some chapters. And they quite get I think that's something that the Bureau needs to understand, and then from the nation also. Because, you know, when you get a new person in there to start to understand some of the practices, especially if the person has no construction experience, or they just think that you just throw money at a project and it's built. You know, they don't understand the pre-engineering portion and the clearances required to do certain things. And for instance, just like the P-tip, you know, the scheduling of these projects, you know, and the O&M, and where BIA chooses to keep their O&M. I always call it as I guess something to keep your job, and at the local level to continue to chip at retirement. But, you know, but what I'm getting to is that direct communication needs to happen, because in the chapter says team should not work it. They'll run to Mr. Silversmith. And we can't do anything. Or they'll go to BIA, and you can't do this, you can't do that. Well, I did that, yes, you can't. You can't say, you know, deepening not go stop. Deepening not go stop. You can't for instance, I'm gonna give an example, Chitty City, Main Street. The Main Street, they would all the culverts get, you know, filled up with dirt, and especially with tumbleweed, things like that, and the monsoon happens. That's at the oil. Then you have these roads, you know, total Takbahati style, you know. Whose responsibility is that? You know, who's responsible to clean out those culverts? If the chapter leadership isn't aware that, you know, a certain entity decides to keep the O&M here with the Bureau, but yet they're giving NDOT the call. This is just one chapter. You talk about, I believe, another alternative form of government. They should be, entities should be coming over to these, I call them hybrid chapters directly, instead of them saying, instead of a middle person, and that's what we delegates almost become. We're the middleman, you know. Moses are trying to get Mr. Silversmith over in his team down to the city, and to understand certain things, and everybody should that direct collaboration. That's just something, and I can't really talk about chapters that are not certified. You know what type of hoops they have to jump through. You know, and none of that, they're more just that powerless chapters that are not certified. Again, the mother government has to move things for them, because they can't do certain things that a certified chapter can, or what a certified chapter that is under an alternative form of government can do based on alcohol. At times, I even get calls from other delegate regions, chapters, to say, hey, Lone Khahadna, call my chapter to be exact. You know, because in the Cameron, the surgery, from the base then of 160 all the way out to towards the west of the Grand Canyon. When you look at the chapter jurisdictional line, it falls within Cameron. It's in Gap and Tuba, but again, who's responsible? And I give a call to Mr. Silversmith, and I say, who maintains this? Because you have the chapters trying to call around and say, I was a federal employee years ago, and what I really press is that direct communication in Navajo, especially Nekeshes, this Harit, this Bahayan, Tobata, Halit Anadish, Hadish Yadno, Harit, and just those little concept of things, but if you just say, you're not feasible, then they just close the book on them, and they go. And then they ask how Eastern of that. You know, that's what we're getting to. Especially like sister system. Person living off the grid apply for 121 program. This is an example. They may want water and sanitation facility at their home, but they're too far off the grid from the nearest water line, and maybe they're on bedrock. You can't put a septic system in. or there's no hill for gravity system. So in the books in IHS's feasibility sheet, there's a thing called not feasible. That's where they check off and the argument there. And especially the ones that don't talk Navajo. I don't know how they communicate to them, but at times when you go to these homes, and I always say that, like one homeowner came in to me, from the consulate, home site, but she didn't have their sisters. And they're just talking to them in Navajo, the process of how to go about a home site. Walking them through the system is yours. And that's what I want we submit a document, a class. Based on the country, I don't know. Because you realize that there's some of us out here that's like this. When you look at the workforce, 8 to 5, just to get a paycheck. I went to work for land department. My boss told me, if you're here just for the paycheck, you're here for a short term. But if you're here to serve the Navajo people, that's what it came down to. So that's how I see the workforce, whether it's the Navajo Nation, whether it's the federal government, or whether it's the schools. What's happening? You can see teachers that just jump around to school. This is because of the pay. They're not there to provide Indian education, what Congress appropriates dollars for. That's just what I'm giving to you. So I'm jumping around this as an example. Even if it's like the 10th time you went to that chapter, some of them are visual. They understand. Some of them comprehend it differently. What activity? So let's just say, seeing direct service provided. There's only never time to make it for. They understand. And another example, there's a home site lease that was going to go up on top of Preston Mesa. And the person was really wanting their home site on top of Preston Mesa, where the towers are at. So they got their arc current. So I told them, I said, before we lay out the home site for you, I'm going to tell you this. You will never get water in your lifetime. What do you mean? You see the water line down there, Mormon Ridge? Who's going to get you water? The chapter. The chapter doesn't have the resources. They're going to talk to the Indian Health Service to bring you water out of your unfed rock. See how they give us and cost a lot to excavate. So it's not feasible for you for any type of infrastructure business. I'm going to give you 2-3 days to think about it. Joe Biden, tonight, no, yes, it's 29. It's hobby behind me. I don't know, the kid will be behind me now. 20 years old. 2 days later, she gave me a call back and she goes, all right, I'm going to redo my art clearance. I'm going to go down by my dad's house. And but again, this is from my standpoint. I'm just one delegate out of 24. And then there's the federal agency. But again, it goes back to the management. But not I won't understand it. I would say that. People say, oh, I live the Navajo way of life, and I no things like that. But if you never saw it, taste it, feel it, buy something, you will never understand what it is. You know, sometimes it's good. You know, they always say, hey, yo, you always, I always say, no. She's just trying to get a point across to you to say, hey, settle down. Even stop. So, I'm sorry, Chair. But, as leadership of the Navajo Nation, over the years, based on they have families like that in the area, and then chapters that they deal with. I really feel for the eastern chapters. Whether it's you know, in other areas, but I do get called on it. Knowledge. But I appreciate the time in the presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Mr. Reed?
Like I said, I am still Shiprock Agency Road Engineer. California, they don't go to hire agency road engineer. And like I said, chapters of Spadahaus now, and I went through the chapters over there. Otto, Mr. Larson, Herbie Larson, he went to a different department. Otto Shikhodini, acting Shikilia, Navajo Region Transportation Engineer. That was one of my goals. So election cycle one of my goals was to go around and let the chapters know the income. I try to go to chapter meetings, invite the TPA, what our limits are. Elderly, we take care in that. The natural bahashnet, the shinita. Every hashnet, go attend it. Although, these days, if you can, a consulta, kato, yata hadne, or the shinita annual work plan, or monthly maintenance schedule, phone numbers, all our emails, but these guys, their contact information, so 8 hours, we put ourselves out there. 6 o'clock, the chapter meeting, try to show up for those 88 questions, beyond working hours, so the employees, we try to be transparent that way,
Kushila, I believe we're done with Roman numeral 4 and on to number 5, right? Mr. Silversmith?
Before we move on to the next topic, I want to add a little bit information, a little bit more detail on this past topic of discussion we had here, which is private roads and Navajo DOT's action and response to some of these requests. We kind of heard what Delegate So had mentioned, okay? Delegate Nez, I'm going to go just briefly, a few more points I wanted to add on, and then we'll shift over back to the agenda.
Mr. Silversmith, you're more than welcome to proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so we're talking about private roads, and there's there's thousands upon thousands of, as we know that obviously, that private roads that branch off a BIA road, a tribal road, and so forth. And what we've been doing, or what we always try to do is, under this current administration, under the Niagara-Montoya administration, was to assist everyone as much as we can in whatever regard it happens. So that's been our approach, and we emphasize that, at the beginning of this new administration, which was in January. So we've been approaching it from that aspect, from Mr. Peterman and others. And what I wanted to share was also what Mr. Reed had mentioned. Mr. Reed, Alfred Reed had mentioned the private roads, and he brought up some good points about what lies there on an access road, a private road, from a main BIA road to a tribal road. Okay, is the unknown. We don't know what lies beneath the ground there. Buried utilities, gas lines, water lines, utility lines, electrical cable lines, retaining walls, just anything like that. So we've gone ahead and we've done that. And here's the consequence of that. We've damaged a couple of I'll give you an example. Just past February, when we had those big snowstorms in Sawmill, we served over 1,000 access roads that we cleared. Over 1,000, not only in Sawmill, but Crystal, Navajo, New Mexico, Lecachugay, Black Mesa, and there's some other areas that we've addressed. We've cleared over thousands of homes during that period. It might have been more, Joe, right? It might have been like 1,500 homes. And we were glad to do that. I mean, the help, the smiles, the cries, everything that we got from those people was all worth it. With higher than the elevation of this table was the amount of snow that was in Black Mesa, Lecachugay, and wheat fields. And, when we got to those homes and cleared those roads, they were so happy. And we went so far as even feeding their cattle for them, because our elders that lived at the end of those roads that we cleared, they were so advanced in age that they couldn't do that. So I know Aaron Charlie did that. He was helping just feed the livestock for our grandpas and grandmas. But that's something that that's been emphasized here in the Niagara-Montoya administration. But then comes the other side of what we've got to be careful when we do that is we damage some things that are covered by the snow. And we did that to a retaining wall in Sawmill, I believe. We damaged a retaining wall in Sawmill, so somehow we're still in negotiation with that family of what we did out there. And then Navajo, New Mexico, just recently on the old Sayet Road, where just a few weeks ago we repaired a culvert on a residential road. So those aren't out of our task and our responsibility. Those are some items that we do. We don't maintain just BIA roads or tribal roads. We go outside and we do as much as we can on the private residential roads. So that's something that we're very careful about as well. And again, when we go in there, we do that when that road hasn't been cleared. It hasn't been archaeological cleared. It hasn't, no biological has been cleared on that. And that's a normal approach that you want to do. But, during those times of emergency, that's when we got to act. So we do that. And we inform the community members what we're about to do, just to let them know what we're about to do as far as some of the actions that we're going to do, the potential that we might damage some structures there. We also get requests for burial sites too. Burial grave site, the actual grave site digging of those people who we're going to lay to rest. So that's something that we have to juggle too. We have to juggle the road maintenance, the dirt roads, the gravel roads, the paved highways, airports, heliports. We've got to balance that all out, and then we're going to throw in there, add in there the laying to rest of our relatives. So we get a lot of requests for those. That's something that I wanted to add. Okay, so that's
Mr. Silversmith, could you pause there for a moment? Honorable Simpson, you have the floor, sir.
I thank you, Pro Tem Chair. So members of RDC, Super Smith, we had an individual from BIA did a presentation on maintenance. I'm kind of getting confused here. You're talking about maintenance also, but BIA stated that we maintain roads and NDOT improves roads. And that's where I'm getting confused, because you confuse the people out there to basically saying that NDOT does not maintain, Uganda. You hear that a lot. Then over here, BIA states that they maintain roads over here. So again, we understand that both stated BIA maintains roads and NDOT improves roads. And I know you help out, both entities help out during emergency situations. We understand that part. You know, we go to BIA or we go to NDOT to help our people during inclement weathers and all that stuff. So I'm getting confused here, because we as delegates, we question us why NDOT's not out there maintaining the roads. And we gotta get the right information out there. And you do have inventory of what roads you have out there. BIA has their own inventory of roads. We understand that part, and other entities have inventory of the roads too. And I can speak for Herfinone and EEV and certain chapters that which roads are maintained by San Juan County, New Mexico. We understand that part, but I just want to make sure that certain parts that San Juan County does not take care of, you know, who takes care of these roads, BIA or NDOT? And again, we got two different answers based on that BIA maintains the road and NDOT improves the road. We want to make sure we convey the right information to our people. Thank you.
Mr. Silversmith, your response?
Okay, thank you, Delegate Simpson, for that question there. So I'll spend a little bit more time on this subject, because it's very important that we provide that clear message to you, and you can share it to your community members and your leadership at that level. So BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, we know that they received their funding from the Tribal Priority Allocation, TPA, and what's given to them every year is roughly around $8 million. Okay, with that $8 million, they maintain their roads that's within their inventory system. We saw that 1,700 miles of paved highways and 4,142 miles of dirt roads. So with all of that money, and then probably 179 bridges. So all of those assets they maintain with that $8 million throughout all those assets. So that's what they do with their money. And we know it's underfunded. We know with that $8 million, it's vastly underfunded. They can't hit all of those assets with that $8 million. Okay, so that's the BIA in very plain terms as I can explain it. And on the Navajo DOT side now, we get funds from Federal Highway Administration. We get $58 million, and with our funds we can do new construction and maintenance. So we can do both. So that $58 million, we have a limit of spending 25% of that, which is about $14 million on maintenance. So we can do both, Delegate Simpson, we can do both. So on ours, and it kind of gets confusing from there. And on the construction side for Navajo DOT, we use about, well, we heard earlier from Mr. Bradley, we use about maybe 35, all the way up to, up to close to $40 million of our $58 million per year, we can use that on new construction. So that's why you see some of those new roads being built out here. We used an example this morning, N12 from Wheatfield going up north to Saley Wheatfield, to Saley Junction. So that's some of the new construction funds that we use. And then also, so we heard from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, there are funds that they can't use on non-inventory routes, which is the private roads that we just talked about.
I understand that part.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify who maintains the roads like this. Without wanting to clarify, I understand that presentation, but again, it goes back to BIA say they maintain roads, and going back to what was stated that the NDOT there to improve roads, and now you state that you both improve and maintain roads. So I guess we'll go ahead and tell our constituents that, you know, that BIA is there to maintain roads with the $7 million that they get, then at the same time you get $58 million, and there can be certain ways, and one of them is to improve roads and maintain roads. So I understand that now. So, again, how it was stated, it was just basically stated that your NDOT just maintains roads, improves roads, that's it. But now I understand to what I can convey to my constituents. Chad, thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. So we'll move on to, so the next hour, next 45 minutes again is the BIA. They have the floor again. BIA's residual road maintenance. So for the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to give it to this team over here. And then to close out with the last hour, you'll see a co-presentation by both the BIA and Navajo DOT.
Superintendent Sosi, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let me, share some remarks related back to the question that was asked earlier by Honorable Delegate Simpson. I think we need to keep in mind in context what we're talking about in terms of road maintenance program and construction and work and things like that. We are, in a sense, going through a transition period still. That's how I look at it from Eastern Navajo Agency. And that's why you have these different questions, and I think clarification are being asked on who does the road maintenance. So the simple answer is that both entities do it. Then how that's done, that's where some of the deeper understanding needs to happen. For example, I think NDOT made it very clear that under the direct agreement they have with federal highways, 25% of the funding they get is for road maintenance. And, you know, they started developing a more formal agreement back in around 2016. So to this day, because the pandemic happened, I think a lot of things got paused, but we're now back to working even more on a lot of this work that we have to do in terms of road maintenance. And so from the BIA side, you know, I don't have any slides, but we'll talk a bit about the residual road maintenance here. And I think that Alfred did a really wonderful job in going through the handbook and laying out what qualifies for road maintenance work that we do. So when that transition happened in the agreement, the nation said that basically we have the capacity to do the work related to maintenance, new construction, and things like that. It really came down to understanding, I think, those specific activities under their direct agreement, because their direct agreement does have several phases of work that happens for road maintenance under construction. They took planning funds also, so that relates to rights-of-ways, securing rights-of-ways. So those funds are now available on the NDOT side for those types of planning activities. But still, they do have road maintenance responsibility. We still have some residual road maintenance responsibility. And as it was relayed to us here today, I think we get about $5 million for all our BIA agencies. And those are allocated, as I was listening this morning also, I think Delegate Simpson was asking about the formulation of that, and we'll certainly provide that information. So that comes to the BIA regional office, and those are then allocated to our agencies for that type of work. But here's the complicating part. When the NDOT took over a lot of those functions, they did go out to the chapters. I remember in Crown Point and some of the chapters we have on Eastern, where they sat down with all the chapter leaders and they laid out their maps, so the road maps for road maintenance type of activities. And this was when they were talking to them about the 15-mile allocation. So our understanding was that NDOT would commit to 15 miles of road maintenance allocation for every chapter. So then you overlay that, or I guess that new guidance was overlaid on top of the road structure that's out there. So we have in our inventory system bus routes and those things that we take care of. So there's a lot of coordination that has to happen. And depending on if it's monsoon season or winter season, it gets more urgent. And so I think even within that, then you get requests for private roads to be graded. And as it being explained here, we don't do private roads because we only do public roads with public funds that we get. And so we're not authorized to go on private roads, except in that one language you saw where it says for emergency purposes, we can. For example, in Eastern, this past winter, there were some roads where there were two homes where there were high-risk patients. So NDOT was very busy, on other roads. So we helped out because there were high-risk patients that were out there. So around these skis, there were some folks that we helped out. But really, it's a rare occasion when we do that, and there has to be justification for doing that type of work. So you have these different coordination that has to happen. So, for example, back in Eastern, so every chapter we look at and we talk to them about, like for Crown Point, there's 15 miles that's allocated that NDOT is responsible for. And usually, based on those maps that were identified back around 2018, those are the guiding maps that are used for the 15-mile allocation. So then we come in and we make sure we put in on our side what the bus routes are and things like that. So that coordination has to happen. So it's a little tricky when we're doing that. And tomorrow, I think, Honorable Delegate, you know that we're going to talk about mixed land stats. We're hoping to do a model on how we look at mixed jurisdiction and mixed responsibilities. I think we have a really good example that we'll share with the committee tomorrow under that mixed land example that we'll be talking about. But it really is, I feel like we're still going through a transition period. For example, I know that when we talk about rights-of-ways, I think NDOT, and certainly to their credit, they've done a lot of good work. But I think there's still a little bit of gray area on, for example, when there's a road and we ask who's going to be the applicant for this right-of-way application. And there's really hesitancy that we have seen so far. I don't know if it's because NDOT's just getting familiar with that or not. Not to discredit them in any way, they do a lot of good work. But I think just the future implications behind that and what it means to be an applicant for a right-of-way application, which means once you get the right-of-way, then the responsibility really includes the maintenance and improving the road. All those things come into play. And as Honorable Delegate Simpson is aware, we're trying to work through some short-term and long-term. The long-term being getting rights-of-way for those earthen roads that are out there. So again, it's really understanding that BI does still have a residual road maintenance program. And then NDOT also does have road maintenance programs. So it's that organization, that coordination that has to happen almost all the time, especially during the monsoon season and during the winter season. The winter season, I think we used to have winter planning documents that gave guidance on that. So there might be something that we need to continue to be working closely. Those would be my general remarks, Chair, about what a residual road maintenance is. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Sosi. Honorable members of the Resource Involvement Committee, any comments or questions? Atenya Hakushila, we can move on. Road maintenance and construction challenges under the Federal Highway Administration Program Agreement. Going twice. Kuroha, Miss Navajo, Paniala, nature at the road, thank you, Joe. Deja Chenlido.
Good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, it's Shana and Claude, Virginia. I don't know that Slingy Huasan and the Slino Twitter Street, versus Chin, Kachi, versus Chado, Kia, Ani, versus Mother, Mother, essentially.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I have been listening all morning. I'm very thankful for the presentations. Just sporadically, like I hear on this next slide, but we couldn't see it on our part, and I think Vice Chair Johnson was in that same boat. But I do want to thank you for taking the time to be here, and I think that with this work session, it gives us a better understanding of our programs, our roads, the infrastructure, the permitting, and all of that. I do represent Chinle, and for myself, pretty much grew up with roads. My father was a civil engineer. He worked for the BIA for 25 years, and then he retired. So I got to see all of the agency BIAs, starting with Chinle, and then he moved on to Tuba City, and then also to Shiprock and Fort Defiance. The only one I didn't see was Eastern, so Delegate Simpson's area. But I do know the amount of work that is entailed, and it's really good to hear the history. So when we're traveling together, him and I, he'll say, this road started this day, and, and so N27 was one of those, he said this started like 40 years ago, the planning of it. So you all are doing a tremendous job, and thank you for the reports, and I'll go ahead and turn it back over to my older brother, Shana, Mr. Rick Nails.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. First of all, I would respectfully request to be excused. From Bureau of Indian Affairs. Can everybody raise your hand from BIA? I need to know who's all from BIA. Good. Thank you, BIA. I don't have Chindo in Dato. Can you raise your hand? Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith. You're a good commander here, so. Yesterday, myself and Honorable Danny Simpson were both veterans, and I see he said Navy veteran. We participated in yesterday, honor walk on 371 south of Farmington, and I walked 18 miles. I haven't walked that far in a long time. So I was really sore, and I'm sure Honorable Simpson is sore as well, but it was to honor the veterans, so it was all worth the pain. So I'm going to get on a meeting here at 4 o'clock, and God bless each and every one of you. Let's continue working together, respectfully communicate, and like I always say, somewhere on the Navajo Nation, somewhere on the great Navajo Nation, there is an improvement happening, whether it's a road, a bridge, someone getting electricity or water, but there's something getting done. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Honorable Danny Simpson, who's going to facilitate the rest of the meeting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Coaching, Chair Kehat. So, thank you for your participation in the meeting. And also comes from you, Mr. Nez Kehat. Delegate Sean, thank you for your introduction. Mr. Silversmith, who's the next presenter? Go ahead, Mr. Silversmith.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson, and welcome, Delegate Claw, for being a part of our meeting this afternoon. So before we go any further, we have another guest that joined us, Mr. Sanchez. So I'll give you a brief minute to introduce yourself. He's from the Federal Highway Administration.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Sorry I was late. I had a hard time getting out of Phoenix this morning, but I'm here now. I'll be here tomorrow. My name is Manuel Sanchez. I am a tribal coordinator. I work in partnership with NDOT and with the TTP program. I'm with the Office of Traffic Transportation with the Federal Highway Administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Solicitor?
Slide 27.
Proceed, thank you.
Thank you. So the last item on our agenda is road construction and construction challenges under the Federal Highway Administration Program Agreement. And this last hour should include both the DIA and Navajo DOT, road maintenance and construction challenges. So we'll begin this portion here. We have 3:36. What time are you guys comfortable with ending this meeting, or ending this first day of the work session? Delegate Simpson, Delegate Stowe, Delegate Clark.
Still, Smith, again, thank you. Go ahead and just take your time, you know.
Okay.
Just when your presentation is over, then we'll have some questions, then we'll decide when we adjourn, recess for the day. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right, so some of the challenges that we had, we heard quite a bit about the environmental aspect of what we're trying to do here. The new construction, this project here that you're looking at is you see some roadside, on each side of this road here, some roadside improvements, and then some environmental friendly devices that were placed along both sides just to help with the flow of the water here. And to this here is most likely a construction project, one of the first phases of a new construction project. The next phase will probably have been gravel laid down and then a double chip seal. But from the new construction aspect of this year, we all have to go through the environmental compliances of this, getting all the clearances that we talked about, and archaeological, biological, and so forth for this particular road project. The Clean Water Act, the 41404 permits, you see just to the bottom, if you continue to that road, you see a wash there, so most likely we have to have a 41404 permit. Or when a 41404 permit comes into effect, if that water, if that wash goes down to, is a recognized U.S. waterway, it goes down to a river, a creek, a lake, so that triggers the 41404 aspect of it. But if it doesn't, if that wash just ends and it does not go into a recognized U.S. waterway, then we don't have to do a 41404 permit. Some of the challenges also is the remote working locations. So, you know, some of the areas that we do projects are deep within the Navajo Nation, and it costs extra money, as we know, to transport the supplies and materials to this remote working location. So that's another challenge. And when that happens, the price of those materials and supplies are much higher than if a project was happening, say, in the surrounding Gallup area or surrounding Flagstaff area and so forth. Lack of manpower, we talked about some of the vacancies that we're trying to fill there. Lack of manpower, women power, our non-competitive wages is another reason why we're not able to attract some heavy equipment operators, engineers, laborers, just anything that relates to new construction and road maintenance. Importing of our materials, water materials might be aggregate base course, might be asphalt, gravel. Just the cost to import those materials is very expensive. The procurement process is very challenging for us. So, Mr. Daniel McGee, I might have you add here a little bit backside and some information on the procurement process and what we go through, the challenge there. The fueling, the parts, the maintenance for heavy equipment, we've got to bring that in. And also a large, we have projects that go into the 15 million range all the way up to the $35 million range. And when you have those projects of that size, it limits the amount of people that can bid on those projects. And the way the procurement regulations are set up, it sets it up, not set up, but how it's established, it limits the smaller companies, because the smaller companies don't have the bonding capability to go after those larger projects. And so the competitiveness for those bidders goes down. For instance, our project in Sweetwater, the N35, we only had one bidder, which was Navajo Engineering Construction Authority. But we gave that project to Navajo Engineering Construction Authority because the price that they had submitted their bid in was right about where our estimate was. So that was a plus for the project. But that's something that we struggled with lately too, is we don't have enough bidders. So naturally, if you have multiple bidders on a project, it tends to be that the competitive basis aspect of it drives the project down to where it's very close to our estimate. And so going to the next slide here. Slide 28. Okay, so we're going to go into some, no, just next slide, slide 28. Okay, you sure?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm jumping ahead already. I'll have Mr. Begay, or Daniel Begay, speak about some of the procurement challenges that we have to go through from the time that the project is bidded out to NECA. They're recognized as the lowest bidder, lowest responsive bidder. Once that selection is made, then where does it go from there? Mr. Daniel Begay will talk to you about where that project goes, the 164 approved process, the signing of the multiple partners, DOJ, OOC, OMB, Office of the President, where that contract goes. So, Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniel Begay. I'm the Principal Contract Analyst for the Division of Transportation. And I've been with Navajo DOT now since May of 2011, so going on 12 years. And as Mr. Silversmith stated, I play a large part in the procurement, working alongside Mr. Silversmith, Daryl, and all of our team here that put out these projects for bid. And primarily, you know, our focus in executives are the federal highway projects, the bigger projects that we describe here. So, you know, just a small description of the procurement project. You know, once we go through the bidding and we finalize a price and select a contractor, we go through the, you know, as probably everybody knows, we have our 164 review process. And that process is a multi-step process that starts with our division and then goes into business regulatory. Business regulatory typically takes really probably no more than 2 days to do their review and their approval. Thereafter, it'll go to our OMB, Office of the Controller, our DOJ, and then over to the President's office. Typically they are given several days. They're allowed several days, you know, for their review. At one point, there was an executive order out of OPVP where there was an expedited review process, but, you know, as of the new administration, that has gone away. So now we do this full review. So once the President signs the agreement, then it goes back to our office, Controller's office, and they're the ones that sign the agreement, or they're the one that completes the review, issues the contract number, and secures the funds towards that project. So I guess you could say, in a nutshell, that's the procurement process that we have to go through for each individual project that we select and construct. So that's,
Thank you, Mr. Begay. So a little bit more on the project. For instance, the N35 Sweetwater project that I was talking about. Even though we had selected Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, the bid that they had submitted to us was August, September of last year. 7 months later has elapsed. So now we're in the continued negotiation phase with them, because those are prices that reflected 6 months ago have now changed because of the recent increase of materials, oil, gas, asphalt, and so forth. So we're trying to resolve that quickly as far as coming to an agreeable price on the N35 Sweetwater project. So we want to go into the notice to proceed very quickly on that project, get that into construction in the next month or two. Okay, so I jumped ahead of myself and I started going into the county agreements, but that's the first agenda item for tomorrow. Now this is a dual presentation effort, so now I'm going to give it over to BIA and for them to present on the road maintenance challenges that they go through.
I don't have any slides on this, but we do certainly have challenges at BIA. One of the challenges is that our procurement process, since we're maintenance, we work with the acquisition office and say for striping. We have striping contracts that we have annually. Some agencies go through it twice, but using the funds to do striping takes a lot. It takes a lot of planning also, and it takes a lot of field visits to do any type of striping. Those quantities have to be near estimation, just because that if we do fall over our quantity, then we have to get with acquisitions and get everything approved, increasing the funds for any type of striping contract that we have. And these striping contracts are for certain areas, and a lot of them usually just comes off right away, especially in the areas where there's a lot of dirt blowing. And then there's areas where a lot of people are driving on the shoulders. So a lot of times these striping poses a challenge to us, and we try to look for certain ways to increase the longevity of the striping. We look into epoxy, we look into thermoplastic, we look into waterborne. So we try all those and see which one works best, and that's what we try to work with. The other ones are, just I was saying, the culverts. Any type of culverts that we're trying to install or exchange out or install, we come into 40144 packages, and they take a while, but according to my presentation, now that the Army Corps is streamlining, but we'll see how far or how long the process takes to get those culverts out there when we need them. The other one is really just, I think it's just with every department, is the dollar amount. Earlier in my first presentation, I put out those miles of roadways that we maintain, and I say we maintain because we try to get to every one of them, every road. But a lot of these roads, the residents out there, they're letting us know that, hey, I don't want this road bladed because people throw trash. There's a lot of late night driving around or late night partying. Those kind of things are happening. One or two residents may say that, other residents may say we need the road bladed, so There's challenges there. Do we go in there, do we not? But we are still ultimately responsible for those routes that are in the official inventory. So, if the residents in there, plus the chapter wishes or don't want those roads bladed, then we don't generally go in there, and we just kind of leave it alone, or go to as far as we can and then turn back around. And we just let people know, or the chapter know, that this is what we've done, and this is how we're going to take it from here on in. The other ones that are challenges is that we do get a lot of people, a lot of community members, either intoxicated or just angry or just human behavior. We get a lot of people out there that stands in the way of grading. Believe it or not, they stand in front of the graders, or they park in front of the graders, and they say don't do it. And we usually let whoever, the grading committee member or chapter or somebody, and we just let them know that, hey, this individual's out there. We don't want to be out there when somebody's out there. We don't want to put our employees in danger, so we just let them know to turn back around and then head on back and do some other route. So we do have those out there also. The other one is water. We're very, very limited on water, especially for backfill. We try to get resources that are nearby, but sometimes that because they're drinking water, they use it for livestock and whatever that the community members are using it for. They usually don't allow water permits, and that stops just about everything. So everything that we do out there, most of everything for backfilling, we need water for compaction. So that's where we run into challenges of needing water. Sometimes they need about 30 miles out, and we're trying to backfill a pipe or something. And then it takes longer, and in the meantime, like I said, we have older equipment. Sometimes they break down, and sometimes something happens to it, and then we can't get to it no more. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we have also, is the water. The other one is borrow. A lot of these projects, you'll see pipes on the side of the road, just because we don't have borrow material. We can't simply dig up any kind of soil out there. As you saw earlier in the photo, there's all these kibas everywhere else. There's these burn marks everywhere else. So we just can't dig anywhere. Trying to get borrow. In Route 192 near Newcomb area, we have pipes that are out there. We're working with NDOT to see if we can place some pipes in there, but to this day, it started last year in April. To this day, we still don't have borrow, and the pipes are still out there. And water source is okay, but it's just the borrow we can't get to. There's areas in Sweetwater, there's areas in Tuba City, and everywhere else we can't get borrow right now. We just got a call a while ago up in the Chusca Mountains. There's a project that's going up there, and they're going to have heavy equipment going across a crossing there. And they wanted to have 45 put in the culvert, and purchasing the culvert, and then getting backfill, and then same time water going up into the mountain. It seems, to think about it, seems easy, but doing it is another thing. So going through those mountains, going through the rock outcrops and those kind of things. So it's really hard to get something like that going and completed, and so the other project can go. So that's one of the other things too. The other one is that those rock outcrops, there's a lot of them everywhere else. Once it was Earth Road, and people have been blading it all these years, and the elements got to it, the wind, the rain, the snow, the ice, and the sun, and everything. So it wipes just about all the earth road and the dirt that's there, all of a sudden you come into rocks. And these rocks, people drive on them, and they try to tell us to, do something about it, grade it, bring it down, or do something. So, maintenance perspective, again, we cannot plate it. We don't have the cost to bring in material, or we don't have any more dollar amount to have somebody haul it in. We don't have any bar association nearby, water again, so it's just really something that wish we could do, but we're really limited on what we can do as far as maintenance on earth routes. So those are the kind of things that we look at on a daily basis, and we get tons of calls on those situations. And now, because of the runoffs, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a real good monsoon, we have sinkholes now. Sinkholes that are happening everywhere else, and already that on the side of the bridge where the abutments are, there are sinkholes, and those sinkholes are happening just about every other week, and we try to pump slurry material or concrete in there, but it takes more than what we estimate. We don't know the cavity of those areas, and then earth roads. And right now we have one in Cavito. The road's just been blocked off with dirt because Henry here and his crew, they've been pumping concrete in there, slurry seal, and it just goes down, and then they need more and more and more, and we don't know how big that cavity is, so things like that is occurring right now. So in Chinle also, we have some sinkholes there, and our agency Shiprock as well too. So we're coming to a lot of challenges like that. Sometimes they're underneath the guardrails. Sometimes they're on the shoulder roadway. So it just depends on where it happens, and we have to respond to those kind of things. Signs, we do put up signs. I don't know if you've seen them, but they're flashing stop signs. We do put them up, and those things are at least about $4,000. And those signs, we put them up, but that's just education to people, I guess. They shoot them or drive over them, or they take off the solar panels and all kinds of stuff. So new pipes or new signs, I don't know why, but they break them. We have two forms of braking system. One is the Marion. Marion is a block, and then there's two screws in there, and then the sign connects to it. So when somebody hits it, it breaks away. The other one's in Franklin. Franklin are the ones that are like that, like an S. And it slides up and down the bolts. Same thing too, when you hit it, it breaks away. So either the Marion or the Franklin we use, and those are standards. So it's a breakaway. So when we do put up signs, they always come and wiggle them and break them off. And you'll see them at horse corrals, sheep corrals, and places like that. So you'll see a lot of signs out there with just a base post. And if you don't see it bent over, that means that somebody took it. If it's bent over, that means somebody hit it. But if it's just sticking out with no sign, then you know the cause. So a lot of stuff we purchase, we do put them up, but it's just public education. That's what it is. they mentioned that sign there. We don't know what they're talking about, where it's at. So that's one of the biggest challenges too, as far as route naming. I know that 911 routing signs have been going all over the place, and some sections they haven't gotten to, but the ones that are there, when they're calling in, we just don't have that data. So it's very confusing. Sometimes they'll get angry, and then somebody else will call, tractor, same thing, 9872, where's that at? Then it goes to the delegate, whoever the delegate is. And then they'll write to Mahoja, and then Mahoja will write to Clifford will write to me, and then I'll write to the agency. That's how the thing goes. So if we have that data, it would be all right, I would say. So other than that, I'll pass over the mic over to Mr. Dempsey.
Thank you, Alfred. I want to again say thank you very much for having this really critical discussion. I think it's a long time coming in having a conversation like this. At the NDOT, BIA, we've been working out there, working on tails officers, trying to yearly do the work that we need to do. Really, I'm just amazed at our road maintenance folks. I mean, these folks are out there at 4 a.m. in the middle of winter. And how many of us would do that? So I'm always amazed at them and appreciate their work. But I think one thing to kind of put in context here is, as we look at the challenges for road maintenance and construction work, there are two areas to consider probably. One is the administrative side, which Alfred really hit on some key points there. Under that side, keep in mind the road system we have is old. It's an old system. It's been built back in probably 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And I think it was related here today that every 6 years there should be some type of significant maintenance on those roads. We don't have that. So I think to the delegates' questions and things to anticipate is that we really have to figure out a way going forward on looking at an aging system. Everything that's related to that requires resources and money. So that begs the question that what do we want to see for the Navajo Nation in 15 years and 20 years? The population is growing. We're seeing a lot of tribal members coming back to their communities. And I think there's some wonderful opportunities in the horizon for these folks to have jobs and to live on the reservation or in the eastern side. But underneath the infrastructure that's there, it's being challenged right now. So I would, I guess, recommend to our policymakers that have some policy discussions around that. What's the long-term plan? Do we want every chapters to have these connector roads have paved roads? At eastern side, we have, we're always engaged with chapters, the 31 chapters out there. And they want highways between all those different communities. And we do our best on the resources that we have. And so it's really, I think, a question for policymakers to really look at that. In the past, they used to have roads committee, the agency roads committee. And there was some sense of guide from that group when they used to do that. These, I believe, were tribal elected leaders that worked on those committees. And that gave a sense of, I think, planning, 5-year development, 10-year development. So it's really a policy area that our leaders need to really closely look at. What's that grand plan? What's the big plan for the Navajo Nation road system? Are you going to have toll roads out there in 5-10 years? I don't know, because of the limited resources that we have. Should people also pay for part of that, the use of those roads? I don't know. Is there a tax structure that could be in place, a tariff structure? These are questions that I think need to be asked and then answered with some recommendations based on data and analysis. You know how states, they have their systems out there. the western system is very different than the eastern system because of the population. And on the eastern side, you have a lot of those, especially designated roads that are used. So I think that's something to really think about in terms of challenges that we have today and going forward. And then keep in mind the Infrastructure Act, the Infrastructure Bill. I think there's some wonderful opportunities for that, but I really have not seen any policy proposals or objectives through for that. How does the nation want to look at that? And in terms of our aging system, you know, should we have some super highways built off that? Should there be some train systems out there, rail system for commuters? I don't know. That's what all contains the long-term vision planning, and these are some of those discussions I think that needs to happen under your policy area of work. I also wanted to share with you an example of a work that we're doing at Second Canyon, Pinedale area. Just to put it in context, again, this transition I mentioned earlier. So in the Pinedale area, we have mixed land status. So as BIA was working on issues, we did issue the right-of-way for that Second Canyon Road, except for an allotment area. And so we were working on that together, and we issued it. Just then, this transition occurred. So then it was like, okay, how do we transition it by giving it the pieces that we need to give to NDOT so that they can continue to work on it? We also have a McKinney County Road agreement on the west end that was part of this conversation on that road that loops around Pinedale. So we issued the right-of-way. But then NDOT came back with some resources to actually asphalt that road from the west side. But the funding, the cost is getting, it's increasing every year. So they just had enough money to build half of that. I believe it's a 7-mile road. So the increased cost is really starting to impact all the planning activities that are out there on Navajo for road development. I think that's one example where right in the middle of this transition, we're trying to figure out what the roles and responsibilities are in terms of, so on the west side, you have a paved section, which I think NDOT's not going to maintain. On the east end of that, it's still it's earthen road. So, you know, BIA, we have to still maintain that part. So I think that's an example where this coordination has to happen, and we're continuing to do that. So I wanted to just use that as an example in terms of some of the challenges out there. Tomorrow we'll certainly have a really healthy discussion on the rights-of-ways, because that's underlying all the road development. So I think we'll have really good, we got a presentation from the eastern side on mixed land status. We'll talk a lot about that. I think we're going to talk about the CAA, Tribal Access Authorization, which has a lot of good opportunities for the nation on the nomination side, where BIA doesn't have to approve the easements on it. So that's another efficient way to address those development on tribal trust land. So I just wanted to add that. I don't know if you want to add anything else. Okay, thank you, sir. That's for the BIA side.
Thank you, Superintendent Sosi. Mr. Sosi, go ahead and continue.
Honorable Delegate Simpson and other honorable delegates here, Delegate Claw and Delegate So, we reached the end of our 6 items of discussion that we had wanted to share with you. So we covered 6 of them, and we finished right about where we expected to finish at 4 p.m. It's a little bit after 4:10. So we're comfortable with where we left off. That covers everything on day 1. So we'll move into day 2 tomorrow. And one question that we do have for you is, what's the start time you guys prefer? 8 a.m. or 9 a.m.?
Hold on, Mr. Sosi, you're kind of pushing us too fast here. Some questions from the committee here. So, any questions from the committee members on the presentation on the road maintenance and construction challenges? Members of RDC? Okay, Delegate Claw.
Thank you.
So I know that one of the challenges that was presented on behalf of both BIA and Navajo Nation was the procurement process. And right now, there is a draft of the procurement process that is being revisited for the Navajo Nation. And the Budget and Finance Committee is looking into changing some of that. So my request would be to both BIA and to Navajo Nation, if you could list out specifically what the challenges are. And I know that you did mention that like sometimes there's not enough people that put in a bid and then the time lapse. But if you could list that out specifically and present that to the committee here so that we can share with others who are away from this presentation. But that would give us a general idea. And so the procurement process is undergoing some changes, but if we are able to do a comparison between BIA and the Navajo Nation, then that aids us in giving a broad spectrum of how we can change some of that legislation. And I know that RDC will not be able to make the changes because it doesn't come to our committee, but we can make the recommendations. So that would just be my recommendation, and I'll hand it back over to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Delegate Tall. Again, please provide the information that was requested from Delegate Tall to her and committee members like have Dita. Again, I really appreciate it. Very good information today from Navajo Department of Transportation and BI. Thank you so much. I think a lot of information to absorb. And again, the information that we provide today would definitely utilize those to make our decision as policymakers to see how we can get these, continue to have the road maintenance and road improvements within our Navajo Nation. I really appreciate that. Mr. Lesosi, Silversmith. Again, I really commend the staff of NDOT and BIA road staff and BIA. Thank you so much. And again, with that, ET Officer, Mr. Silversmith, before we adjourn for today, then tomorrow we can start on day 2. Oh, it's Honorable Delegate Soke.
Yeah, because I'm on the call with the insurance company, so. The other thing I didn't hear is the street lights. Right now, BIA, at one point BIA was flipping the bill on those street lights, and I think that really needs to be streamlined and identified, because right now the street lights in our towns, at one point BIA was flipping the bill, and I'm not too sure if the number has been turned over to NDOT, but someone's paying for that bill. And I think that's another area that you guys need to add to this, because all the communities it impacts, whether it's into the city, Chinle, Fort Defiance, and things like that. Because at times I heard, we're tired of paying your bills, or street light well, we're paying this bill and we cannot do this, we can't. And that's the reason why I would say, if your motto is we can't, we need to find another entity that say, you can't, but we can do this. We can go around this way. Maybe there's certain policies in place that hinder certain things. Even these street lights, that one needs to be addressed directly. So, not now, but somewhere that dialogue has to happen, and leadership needs to be aware, because I think a lot of them think that it's free, but someone's paying for it, just like at your home. you have a security light outside, it's $35 a month that's added to your bill on the HOA system. APS is $25. So you end up paying for it, but in this case, who's paying for it, and how can we try to address that too, so that one agency does not have the burden? Idiot. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Also, here on the kitty on these streetlights. Mr. Sosa, do you want to respond to that, or you want to wait on?
Yes, we can respond now.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, so right now we have some global lighting agreements that has been established in various parts of the Navajo Nation. And as far as who pays the bill and so forth, I'll get to that in just a second, but I wanted to provide some background information. So we have a global lighting agreement that's been established. Most recently, some of the projects that we completed in the last year we had improvements on streetlights in the Shiprock area. That was completed summer of last year. And most recently, we had one completed as well in Crown Point. And those are the two that I'm aware of, and there's some that are upcoming that are along the corridor of 491. And there was one that we did a couple of years ago by, not exactly a street light, but it was more of a connection to the street lights as far as school zone crossing and so forth by the TNR, by Chi Dodge Elementary. So those are some of the projects that we have going. I know for a while there, we were paying for some of the past bills as far as what we're talking about, the street lighting. And we would use our funds from the road fund, fuel excise tax. But Mr. Peterman knows a little bit more on that. Maybe Mr. Daniel McGay can provide some information on that. I'll give it to, if that's okay, Delegate Simpson, to Mr. Peterman.
That's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith, council members. Actually, Navajo Division of Transportation does pay the street light bill, the electric bill for operation. So every street light out there, every 8 lights has a what do you call it? A meter. There's hundreds of meters out there. Every month now with DOT, we get the bill for all those meters. We pay all the meters, including Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. It's a pretty big bill. We pay a lot of money. I think we pay over $250,000 every year just for the street light, just to keep them operational. We also have the global lighting agreement, which is for maintenance. In New Mexico side of things, they'll put up the lights, and an example is the Nash City last year. New Mexico DOT, they funded the project. We walked through the design with them. They funded the project and got street lights installed. But in the end, Navajo DOT is the one that has to pay the light bill to keep those burnt, keep them up and hot. With our global lighting agreement, we would take care of the maintenance, another portion that New Mexico DOT stretches. Any pole gets knocked down or lights go out, it's Navajo DOT that's responsible for the maintenance. So that's part of the global lighting agreement. In Arizona, it's a little different. We have APS, Arizona Public Service over there. We pay the bill for them for the operation and the maintenance. So if a pole is knocked down in Arizona, APS will go raise it back up and all that, and they'll send us a bill, and Navajo DOT pays that bill. So it's a pretty big bill. It's $250,000 at least that we pay every year. In Utah, I saw earlier, there was that roundabout right there at Monument Valley. That's the first light that Utah installed and we're paying the light bill for that roundabout. One more thing I want to mention is that New Mexico, on the New Mexico side of the red, we get a lot of capital outlay projects that are funded by New Mexico. Right now, we did Crown Point Solar Street Lights, the road that goes to the chapter house. That was funded by New Mexico funds. Right now, we have a contract, New Mexico funds are being drawn down for Theru and I believe Crown Point also for more street lights. So once that money comes down, then the lead agency, Navajo DOT, will take over that and we administer those projects. So we'll be meeting with the chapters and finding out what they want. Those are solar street lights. We're really pushing for solar street lights nowadays. We really want the chapters to take responsibility and pay these bills, because it's a big bill. You know, we could be doing something now, laying roads or installing culvert and all that, and here we're paying for the lights. We really want the chapters to take over that operations of those facilities. That's a whole other issue there. Thank you, sir.
Just want to add a little bit to the Crown Point street lights. I think that's a really good way to look at cost sharing and things like that. The chapter really was very aggressive in, submitting a proposal to the state of New Mexico. And I believe it cost about $400,000 to install those for about a quarter of a mile. And we had to work closely with them on the easement and the right of way for the streets. But they're installed now and they seem to be very effective in terms of lighting the streets at night. So that's, I think, a great opportunity to think about. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Silversmith.
Mr. General President, just real quick on the ADOT side, as Joe mentioned, they handle all of the maintenance, operation and maintenance. We just pay for the power. And what happens is when they start designing these street lights or even traffic signals or any kind of warning lights, they'll go ahead and design it and construct it, but then they turn it over to, somebody has to pay for the power. And so that's where we get involved. And a lot of times that relationship is memorialized in a joint powers agreement between the Navajo Nation and the state. And typically ADOT wants those to be in place before they actually, go out to bid and construct these. But, so because a lot of this happens really, really fast, and sometimes these states will, they're in an agreement with Navajo Nation, so, they deal directly, and because we're the transportation entity, I guess we kind of unfortunately get caught being responsible for them. Although the local government, the chapters are requesting, these lights, along a certain corridor. The ones in New Mexico were pretty much all along the US 491, US 64, even in New Mexico 371 and Crown Point, New Mexico 118. So, that's a lot of lighting, and so we become responsible. As Joe said, we're spending a lot of funding, to pay those bills. But, is there an opportunity to work in the future to try to, spread that cost to the local government? I think that's an opportunity, but, it all starts with an agreement between us and the state DOTs. As Joe mentioned, on the New Mexico side, it's all in a global lighting agreement. And I know that in the past, the BIA kind of refrained from getting involved in streetlights because of the maintenance costs. I think they'd like to get out of the traffic signal business too because of the expense and maintenance of traffic signals. But I think moving forward, that's a discussion that we're going to have more of to find out exactly, okay, if local governments, I guess, chapters, if they want these, we call them enhancements. If they want these enhancements, there's got to be some, maybe, I guess this is just my opinion, some responsibility on the local government side to contribute funding, to pay for those bills, because as more and more and we're getting requests all in Arizona, all along US 191, 160, passing through every town on the red, everybody wants a street light because of safety. But, just a little bit more background, and again, thank you for giving me some time.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Mr. Smith, Delegate Soto, did he answer your question, or do you have another question?
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that we have that on the table, because, it's out there, you know, and it's good to know that, it's picked up by NDOT, so forth, but what I'm getting to is that somewhere we have to address this, because you have multiple, utility users, NTWA, you know, Hamus Electric or Continental Ride, and, you know, APS and so forth, all added, and their fees are all different. So that's somewhere we have to address this, and how could we manage this a lot, you know, responsibly. You know, one way that maybe we could amend the sales tax legislation and utilize that as off the top, take that portion to pay that bill off the top, you know, because everybody utilizes it, and that's one source of income or revenue source that we could tap into to pay for this, because you're getting it out of program funding, or some of the transportation dollars coming down. But if you administer it throughout the whole nation, and, you know, what do you use? Sales tax dollars. You know, right now there's junk food sales tax that's going to chapters that they're just buying shirts, t-shirts. Some are, they're supposed to build trails and things like that, but, you know, I think just a few chapters have done that. So, you know, looking at ways to try to administer the cost of that way, the program funding pertaining to transportation, we utilize that to build roads, and the pre-engineering for roads, funding for that. So, hold on, just kidding. Sorry for opening up a whole can of worm here. And I thought it was a really, really small deal. So, question like that.
Thank you. Delegate Hodge, you have another question?
Just one more comment. So I am glad that Delegate So opened up his can of worms, because I do have an interest in sitting down with BIA and NDOT to look at the possibility of looking into grants for our street lights, our solar lights, and then also just understanding the process of where to begin. And then just one last announcement, that Mr. Arlando Teller sends his best regards to everyone, and that he is listening to the discussion. He's been online all day and listening through YouTube. So I don't know who put us on YouTube, but he just wanted me to let everyone know that you're all doing a good job. That's it.
Thank you, Delegate Sean Tal. Mr. Stewart, do you have any additional comments before we adjourn for today?
Yes, sir. Final comments, Delegate Simpson, is thank you very much for the participation from everybody, Resources and Development Committee members, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Sarawak, Mr. Sosi, Ms. Curley, everybody who's here, all these agency engineers, our staff, Navajo DOT, Mr. Sanchez, and Federal Highway Administration. We got quite a bit of information that we shared, and that was our purpose and our intent today. And tomorrow we'll continue with the four remaining sections that we want to cover tomorrow. But one last question is, there was some confusion on the agenda. We had both an 8 and 9 a.m. start time. So what's the preference of RDC to start tomorrow, 8 or 9 a.m.? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our legislative advisor said we'll go ahead and start at 9 tomorrow. So tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, thank you, everyone. We appreciate it. This will be day 2 tomorrow. We'll go ahead and recess for the evening here. And thank you so much for all the information provided to us today. Thank you so much again. We'll go ahead and recess for today. Chat.